It's your girl Bondy Blue. Okay, follow me on Instagram and let's get into the video, right?
Yes, girl. What's up, girl? Hi, everybody. What's going on? It's your girl Bondy Blue, and I'm back for another Bondy Blue show. Yes, so much is going on. Not really, but a little bit. Just a little bit, girl. We got a few things to get into today. Before we get into the thing, girl, are you subscribed to my channel? Are you? Are you subscribed to Bondy Blue Bites? Are you subscribed to my secondary channel? In a world where every day a YouTuber has to wake up in fear that their channel may be gone, fished from them, stolen from them. Well, damn it, that's why we have secondary channels. Support us. Rodney got his channel back. Thank God. Child, it's been a couple of my people whose channels have gotten fished from them. Okay, so y'all make sure that y'all support everybody's secondary channel so that, you know, if anything transpire, y'all will still be able to get to us. You know what I'm saying? I also have a website, okay, bondyblueshow.com. Don't forget, girl, at the end of the day, no matter what, that's mine. I will be there if anything happens to me, okay? Girl, don't forget me, all right? Don't forget me. Look for me, okay? You got to look for me, girl. If you fuck with me like that, when you ready to watch something, you got to come to YouTube and you got to go to me at the top. You got to click on me, and then you got to see what I done came up with recently if you ain't been here. Because a lot of y'all be like, oh, Bondy, I ain't seen you. That's because YouTube's algorithm is funny acting as fuck when it come to me. Okay, most algorithms are funny as fuck when it comes to me. A lot of ad people feel like I'm not safe. That's okay, because I'm safe for the people, and that's all that matters. I'm safe for the people, okay? The fuck? All right, girl, listen. In New Orleans for my birthday, happy birthday, love. Listen, during the summer months, you either gonna catch me at an event, girl, at night. Shout out to Letitia. We gonna get into Love and Marriage Huntsville. Okay, you just wait on it, goddammit. But in the summertime, girl, at night, girl, listen, it's too hot. It's too hot here. So in the summer months, girl, if it's not an event, I'm usually at my house, okay? You know, to say I want to move, I sure do like my house, okay? You guys, before we get into the show, in September, I'll be going to East Africa, Mauritius, a place I had never heard of before Taisha said that's where we're going, okay? And if Taisha said we're going somewhere, then that's where we're going, okay? Now, I wanted to show y'all the website. This is Reset by Design Wellness website, okay? So when you come here and you're looking for a retreat, okay, all you got to do, see these little things up here? Hold up. Let me take myself down so y'all can see. That's my notes. That's everything we talking about today, okay? Look through it. But yes, here. You see home at the top, right? If you're trying to go on a retreat with only the black women's, okay, you go to retreats, all right? This is the black women only. In September, we're going to Mauritius. But in July next year, we're going back to Bali. And listen, if I have not told y'all anything, let me let y'all know Bali was an amazing experience, girl. I'm going back to the putrid spa. Okay, and then we have our group trips. Okay, this is the next group trip, February 2027. So if you want to hop on that, go ahead and reserve your spot. We going to Fiji, bitch. That's right. We going to where the water resides. We're going to Fiji. And if you want to come with us, go to Reset by Design Wellness and sign up. Okay, because we heal, we grow, we reset. We have a good time. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gonna be all right. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gonna be all right. We gonna be all right. We gonna be all right. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gonna be all right. And when I wake up, let me wake up. Listen, I'm not gonna get into it. But anyway, y'all, thank y'all for being here. Okay, just give yourselves an applause because you're here, and I appreciate you. Okay, I appreciate you, girl. So thank y'all for being here. Oh, all right. So let's go ahead and start off the show with Love and Marriage Hunts of the Ville. Okay, now y'all know, I want this show to die. I'm not gonna lie, all right? I'm being honest with y'all. And I want it to die simply because I'm tired, okay? I am tired, but God damn it, Carlos. I know you don't like me and I barely like you, but I do appreciate your workmanship and your style to some degree. All right, you know, it is what it is. All right, listen, I accept it. All right, this trailer look good though. The trailer looks good. Okay, listen.
You guys just agree to $90 a square foot. You ain't got to be thinking about certain things that you guys not even familiar with.
He thinks he's the only builder at the table. Been in this thing for 20 years. I'm simply better than you.
Okay, bro.
Child, the way he stood up, nigga got his girdle on under all of that. I am simply better than you. Boy, you look tight up in that jacket. I swear, y'all niggas love a tight jacket.
Trying to elevate the neighborhood. We lost the damn house.
Are y'all joking?
They lost the house.
elevating.
You mean to tell me that Mr. and Mrs. put some respect on my name? Put some respect on my name. All three of y'all. Put some respect on my name. Because that's, you know, that's them. Okay? They love to act like they got all their shit together all the time. Okay? Y'all lost the house? Is it because that man don't never be on time? Is it because that man refuses to really work in tandem with his wife that would only elevate him with her academic ass? Okay, because y'all know Tisha is book smart, not street smart. Okay, you gotta be real about it.
He better than me at nothing.
I have a plan. It's called Wildly Successful Monster.
High school go, man.
University said, hey, I don't think schools.
He got kicked out of school. So your son that you barely raised got kicked out of school. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all every time. You can tell when somebody is not a good parent, but y'all don't, you know, if the child eating, the house clean, right? Because he didn't put all of the weight on the lady with cancer. Yeah, it don't matter. Maurice is a terrible father. I'm so sorry, bitch. I know y'all think a nigga a good daddy just because they around, but that's not good enough for me. I'm sorry. He's a bad parent, okay? If your child got kicked out of college in their first semester, I'm sure there are other issues that we can look to, but I feel more comfortable blaming Maurice because I feel like it's your fault that your son don't have a certain level of discipline about himself. And I feel like it's because you don't have any discipline about yourself. You pretend to, but really, like what you said you like to do, delegate. So that whole time where you were supposed to be teaching your son how to be a man, all you taught him how to do was to find somebody else to do his work for him. That's all you taught him. If we really gonna keep it a buck, but I know y'all don't want to keep it a buck.
For you right now.
At the end of the day, Maurice, maybe you're not the best guy to teach him.
I'm sorry, what? Did she say maybe you're not the best? You think so? You think so? You think so? I'm glad me and Kimmy are on the same page with the fact that Maurice is probably not the best person to teach his son anything because you don't. All you know how to do is get out of responsibility. To me, that's all Maurice knows how to do. Gaslight you, play psychological games so that he can do the least amount of work, right? He do all of this yang, so that he don't have to physically do anything. Girl, Monster got kicked out of school.
Martell, he stepped out his marriage, he cheated. She was pregnant.
I mean, how can you just mess your family up, huh? What made you want a
Oh,
relationship
shit.
with a married man?
Oh,
This girl
shit.
came in, they messed up that family. That's my best friend. I thought he's Destiny's best.
Let me tell y'all something. That girl did not come in nowhere and mess up not a motherfucking thing. And when I say that, what I mean is Martell was always this person. He was always this person. That girl only made it more apparent who he actually was, okay? Because to me, Martell is one of the most malignant motherfuckers I've ever seen on a reality show. No woman should ever really want to be in a relationship with a man like that because all they going to do is mentally and emotionally and spiritually beat your ass down. But, you know, there are girls that are already so far down there that the beating don't really do much to them because they already down there. Ariane is one of them people, girl. She already down there. Okay, so he's a leg up for somebody who probably has already been treated like shit their entire childhood, their entire life. You know, it's sad. And this way y'all gonna piss me
There has
off.
been some feelings developed between Martell and Destiny.
But if I had $1 million to bet, have Martell and Destiny messing around, my money's going towards that. Give me my payout.
I never had
And Marceau and I would agree on that. I do think that something has happened between Destiny and Martell, but I also feel like I don't give a fuck to watch Ariane try to check Destiny about it. Girl, I don't give a fuck. Girl, who you think you are? I'm sorry. And another thing is, y'all, Destiny's dad just passed away. Y'all gonna piss me off. Y'all gonna piss me off. Y'all know I have a love-hate relationship with Destiny, okay? And truly, you know, I don't know the lady personally, okay? But y'all know what I mean. Through the screen, through interviewing her, through interacting with her, you know, whatever. I still like Destiny. I still, on some level, I like Destiny, especially after last season. I feel like there was a lot of growth. I just like what I was seeing from her. And I felt like they kind of dogpiled on her last season. And so to see that y'all gonna bring this trout mouth heathen girl on this show so that y'all can make her an adversary of a lady who grieving their daddy dying, y'all gonna piss me off. Y'all gonna piss me off so bad.
Pictures in Destiny like that.
You tried to put your son in Maverick school and he didn't get in.
Talk about my son.
You tried to put your son in Maverick school and he didn't get in. Girl, what type of competition? Girl, what type of competition we having? Now we talking about, oh, your son didn't get into school. Destiny beat ass. That's it.
Get out the way because this is about to get ugly.
Oh, confessional, bitch.
Let's go.
Y'all, though, I don't know if y'all can see me adding Millie Chun. She voice messaged me right back. She said, girl, I'm at the grocery store. I'm on my way. I said, girl, hurry up and get up here. Okay, get up here with that goddamn lip gloss. Okay? Shit. I can't wait to see Millie Chun video. Because y'all know she does this really great impression of Ariane. And her likeness is finally being used, y'all. Her likeness is finally being used.
Love and Marriage.
Child, she looks so happy to be up there, and he looks like, that's what I had to do. I'm actually glad they brought her on, though. I'm glad. This is good. This is good. September 12th. September 12th. Listen, don't watch it. Watch me. Don't watch it. Watch me. Okay? Yeah. This is gonna be a motherfucker. We gonna see. I mean, I'm saying it's gonna be a motherfucker, but we also know that Carlos is really good for pretending like, you know, through the trailer, like some shit went down. And by the time we get there, they've decided to cut it out the show or nothing really happened at all. That was just the way they edited the trailer. So I don't have, you know, I'm tempering my excitement about this because a lot of times that man likes to play in our face, okay? He really, really do. Speaking of people playing in our face, Lotto decided to come to us to respond to that one-eyed, googly-moogly motherfucker, Charleston White, which I wish y'all would stop giving a platform to. I don't know why y'all keep giving a platform to a man that told y'all to rape people. Like, I really don't understand. The way black people love to, he right, some ain't shit ass, bottom of the barrel, scum of the fucking earth, belly slithering on the ground like Satan ass nigga. Y'all love them type of men. I don't know why. Ain't nothing attractive about it. You know why? Because a lot of y'all are contrarian psychopathic people and y'all like Charleston White because that's a googly moogly looking motherfucker that is allowed to be somewhat famous for being a terrible person, for infiltrating and being a part of shit that he don't need to be a part of, pretending like he's more, you know, conservative or respectful than he actually is. He is the bottom of the fucking barrel. He is scraping the bottom of hell where all of the shit in blood falls at the bottom of Gomorrah, bitch, okay? He is the thing that is made from that coming up out of the ground with one fucking eye. That's Charleston White. And his opinion should not be given amplification. His opinion should not be given any type of real attention. But because social media loves a fucking loser, because niggas on the internet love a fucking loser, allegiances to motherfucking losers, y'all give Charleston White a page on the blogs at least once a month, screaming in his car, doing something terrible, calling that boy, making him t-shirts, calling that boy a watermelon felon after that racist white man said that shit about Carmelo Anthony. Yeah. Y'all work on my nerves. So
Claressa, why y'all don't talk about 21 Savage and Lotto? Lotto don't get no backlash for getting pregnant by a married nigga. If
she does. We actually bring it up all the time.
Claressa Shields was a light-skinned girl, mixed breed, nobody would have a problem with her. But because
that's a lie. People would always have a problem with her. She's a woman.
She's a darker skin complected black woman.
I do believe in colorism, right? So it's not like what he's saying may not be a tinge of the truth, but I don't want to hear it from him because I don't believe he actually cares about any of that. I don't think he cares about women. I don't think he cares about how Claressa's being treated. I don't think he cares about how Lotto's being treated. He just wants to get online and say something and scream into a phone that a lot of you hoes will agree with, and that offers him more validity in the bullshit that he likes to do. I honestly don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, I don't know why this is even a conversation that this ugly ass mole rat nigga is even having. I don't know why this is a conversation you even having. You need to go talk to them men. You need to go talk to them niggas again. That's where you need to go. Oh, they not respecting you no more? They don't care about what you got to say? So now you want to come over here and get involved in women's business and shit, trying to act like you give a fuck about colorism? Nigga, fuck you. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't have patience for him. But Lotto responded.
Be loud and wrong for too long. I ain't fucking no married man. Bitch. I'll let y'all be loud and wrong for too long. I ain't fucking no married man. Bitch. You old, ugly, scrawny, country bitch.
You know she biracial. She don't even know how to read. That's all you got?
Bitch. Talking about walking.
A piece of cum snot that really should have fell out of his mama's coochie. Here he is, grown into the one-eyed malignant motherfucker that he is.
What this bitch say? Talking about.
Why would you even respond to him?
Acting like I'm a boss. Bitch! And watch your mouth with that bitch word. Bitch! Ain't fucking no married man. Bitch. Bitch! You loud and wrong, bitch boy. Old ass, broke ass nigga. I am a boss. I am a boss. I could buy you your wife, your girlfriend, your kids. Bitch.
So I can't really defend you neither because I just feel like you're not even reading accurately. Then you, girl, okay, girl, okay, just lay down. Where's 21? 21, help her.
Not a nigga. Me, the boss.
Why y'all don't?
Girl, I guess. I just feel like y'all don't be that much of a boss because y'all be over there letting them niggas play on y'all top. Okay? And to me, you always showcasing that nigga and loving on him online, in public, and like, girl, anytime you showing a nigga more attention than he's showing you, I think you playing yourself. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel about it. And you hoes won't convince me otherwise. You won't. Girl, you won't. You won't be able to convince me otherwise, okay? Because you can love on a nigga real bad in private, girl. You could put that nigga's Johnson to the back of your throat, okay? You can let him skeet into the brain matter of your body, bitch. You can do all kind. You can let him come in your ear if you want to, okay? But when you bring your ass outside and in front of these motherfucking internet people, you better act like you got some self-respect and dignity as a woman and stop all of this begging and pleading and my man. Meanwhile, that nigga over there ever so often, wifey. And y'all know what they say about a wifey. A wifey is not a wife. Okay? I don't really care if the nigga married or not, because obviously it don't matter to whoever he may be married to. So it don't matter to me. I don't have no judgment towards Lotto for getting pregnant by a married man. I have judgment of the fact that it seemed like you like him more than he like you, and you think you better than other women for whatever reason. Maybe it's because you biracial. Maybe it's because they told you you was the prettiest and the baddest and you a boss and now you got a baby by the nigga. So now you think you super duper special because you #1 on the call list of bitches that 21 Savage is gonna call. Girl, I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck. I don't care nothing about these niggas' marriages because they don't care nothing about their marriages. I'ma just keep it a buck with you. I don't care nothing about 21 Savage marriage. I don't care nothing about Pap the Pimp's marriage. Honestly, that girl should have never fucking married him in the first place, if you ask me. If you ask me, she shouldn't have married him in the first fucking place, but she let that nigga convince her. Talking about black love. Fuck out of here with that shit. Anytime I hear black love now, I'm just gonna assume you trying to manipulate somebody into being in an imbalanced relationship. Okay, that's what I'm gonna assume. As somebody that is in love with another black person, we just in love, bitch. We just love each other. Okay, the fuck? Cause you put black love on #black love. Next thing you know, you're divorced. You're divorced.
Why y'all don't talk?
That's all he could do. That man called Joe Cole. Listen, I'm gonna leave it alone because at the end of the day, 21 Savage may do something behind the scenes to Cockeyed Willie. Okay. We'll see. Okay. Cockeyed Charleston. Cook. Cock guzzling. Cum booger. Basement dwelling. Stank. Funky. Foot. Fungus looking nigga. Because that's what he looked like to me. When I kept doing this, I was trying to think it's not a plant. It's a fungi. That nigga look like a fungi. The hell?
About 21.
Girl, fuck that nigga. I ain't gonna say what I wanted to say, but I hope you stroke out in your car one day. Okay? I do. I hope you stroke out in your car one day, Charleston. I don't care. I don't care. Cause he said terrible things and everybody just forgets about it because everybody has a short attention span. And I will never forget. I will never forget. And I will continuously remind y'all. Just like I'm going to continuously remind y'all anytime y'all want to get on the internet and say, oh, Boosie's right. Yeah, he let a lady fuck on his child. He's a PDF as well. He's a PDF as well. When you pay another grown person to commit a sexual act to your child, that's a PDF. I'm going to need for y'all to put these niggas in the boxes they deserve to be in and stop trying to pull them up out of it because you like him. I don't know what you like about him, bitch. You got low self-esteem if you like him. If you like Charleston, if you like Boosie, bitch, your self-esteem is in hell. And you can't tell me nothing different, argue with your mom. Okay? Now let's move on because Claressa. Girl, let me tell y'all something. I couldn't even watch the whole thing, so we're going to go through some clips. I started watching it, but I can't deal with Claressa because she annoys me. She really deeply, deeply annoys me. And that's just because she thinks that the delusions, like the bullshit that she says up out of her mouth, she thinks that it's believable, right? So when she talks about herself in a certain capacity and she thinks it's believable, it's not believable. We don't really think you like yourself as much as you pretend to. We don't really think you think that you're so fine and so beautiful and all of that. What? Listen, y'all know where y'all can come get some sense from. I ain't got time for that shit. That's crazy as hell. Like I ain't got. Listen, let's get into the Claressa Shields of it all. Let's start with this one.
We having a baby next year. Yeah.
Girl, you've been saying that for the past 2 years. Did his eyes cross?
Hey, how y'all gonna have it? You gonna have a child?
Who the fuck else gonna have a kid?
Man, listen here now. Don't listen.
What you mean?
I'm asking you, did you got it?
I'm not gonna have no surrogate. I can get pregnant like anybody else.
I never thought that. I'm not asking.
But why'd you say that? Why that first thing that came to your mind?
Because number one, you're a boxer.
Yeah, I'm putting my career on hold.
That's cool. And number two, I know you have a minimum fight Like you have certain fights that you have to obtain, right? And number 3, we're living in a day and age where surrogates are real, adoption is real.
No, I'm not adopting no kids. And I don't want nobody carrying no kid for me either. That was my young mindset. 18, I'm like, I'm not messing with this perfect body. Somebody else carried a little kid. Now at 30.
So I need for y'all to admit to yourselves, not y'all, but y'all, and those of y'all that need to hear it. And this conversation is going to be repeated as we get through this episode because we will be talking about some trans shit at some point. So if y'all are transphobic, just go ahead and leave. Womanhood equals my pussy made a child. That is what y'all think womanhood is. Claressa Shields thinks that, and that's why I had to write that down, because that's going to be a theme. Womanhood means my pussy made a child. That's what y'all think being a woman means. And if you are not making a child, you're less of a woman. That is something that a lot of women think. They think their womanhood is connected to, and really only, they pussy. That's the only thing that really makes them a woman, is the functionality and the production value of their wombs. That is dehumanizing, bitches. It's dehumanizing, bitches. I need for y'all to understand. Okay? What did they say? You are more than your hips and your thighs and your vaginas. You're more than your vaginas, girl. Because when you are no longer just a vagina holder, right? When you're a vagina holder, you have babies. When you are no longer having, that's why a lot of older women be bitter, because they feel like now that I no longer have the ability to have children, I have no real value. That's how a lot of women feel about themselves, because they tied their womanhood and the meaning of their personhood to their ability to make a child come out their body. And yes, womanhood is absolutely layered, but that doesn't mean that that's what people think. That doesn't mean that. In real life, when this girl says, I used to feel like, I'm gonna get somebody else to have it. That was my young mind. You don't even want a child, Claressa. And that was one of the main things that I got from this interview. You do not want a child so that you can take care of a baby. You want a child as an example of your womanhood. That's what you want. Because you're masculinized as a dark-skinned black woman and a boxer, when you have a baby, that's going to prove to everybody that you're a woman. That's how you feel. That's why the transphobia also affects black women, because who gets to actually be considered and valued as a woman shifts and changes based on what these niggas think. Okay? Okay? And so a lot of in the interview, even the way she talked about Remy's daughter, like there is that child over there, that baby. This girl does not need to have a child, and I pray that she never has one, because with her background, the abuses that she has went through, that you have obviously not healed from, the abuses that you suffered at the hands of your family, and she talked about them fast, that you still around your family, huh? I saw your movie. When I saw your movie, bitch, your mama, if your mama was my mama, that hoe would be dead to me. If my mama was your mama, that hoe would be dead to me. Claressa Shields does not need to be a mother. But because she feels like the only way to prove to y'all, to Pap and to herself, that she is a real woman, she got to go and have a baby. Especially when she considers herself a grown woman. A grown woman is okay with possibly killing herself and fucking up her body, which is her money, in order to have a baby that she don't even really want. And also, y'all, okay, so slow hood bitches don't need to have babies unless they have a lot of care and empathy. If they don't have a lot of care and empathy for other people, slow bitches don't need to have babies. I'm sorry. There's some slow girls out there that got babies and they love their kids down, okay? And they love on their children, they should be parents regardless, okay? People like Claressa Shields should not be parents. Just full stop. I'm sorry. No, you should not be responsible for a small human being. Because she can't, y'all. The lady is in competition with everybody. The insecurities and the way she boasts herself in order to pretend like she's not as insecure as she actually is, that's not a safe space for a person to be in if they plan on having a child. It's just not. Because she's going to project all of that onto the child. She just is. It ain't no way around it to me.
One, and me just loving family. Like, I'm very close to my sister, 3 kids.
Yeah.
They're like my kids.
Okay.
So even though I haven't had kids, it's like they're my
and those need to be the only ones. Let your nieces and nephews be your children. You don't need to have no baby on your own. I'm sorry. I don't think so.
Yeah.
And we have
go be a boxer,
bitch.
bitch.
8-year-old and a 12-year-old. So it's like now I feel like I want to have my own kid, and I can't let somebody carry my kid.
That's beautiful.
So it's not. It's actually not. Honestly, when people say, I ain't let nobody care, I don't want no adopted kids, I ain't care. To me, that sounds like you don't really want a child. You don't really want like a baby that's going to grow into a child to a teenager that you're going to have to raise. No, you want this little, you just want a cute little baby that looks like you. That's, an extension of you. It was the same type of conversation I heard Saucy Santana have about having a child. Y'all see children as some benchmark, and I want y'all to stop. I want y'all to stop, because all y'all do is have children that y'all gonna end up neglecting, abusing, and then the world gonna have to deal with how you fuck them kids up.
Start right after the fight.
No, I have 2 fights. I have this fight and then probably one end of the year, January. Then
y'all gonna get active.
And also too, he asked me if you would have asked me, was I ready to have a kid or did I want a kid? I would have said hold on to probably 35. Before I met him, I would have said hold on till 35 because I feel like I want to retire at 38. So when I have a kid, then come back and have two more fights, and then be done. But it was like, with him, I'm willing to have a kid at 31, 32.
Why 38?
To retire?
Yeah.
I got to make sure all the fight is out of me. I think after then, I won't be walking around punching nobody no more.
The fact that you fight for a living because you have all of this anger that you're trying to get out, babe, fighting is not going to stop you from feeling that. You need therapy. But she's the type of person that's too fucking ignorant to go get therapy, because you think if you go and talk to somebody, that means that I'm saying something wrong with me. Ain't nothing wrong with me. That type of ignorant shit. Girl, there's something wrong with everybody. Okay? I think everybody needs therapy, because I feel like therapy is really a space for you to express your emotions to somebody and they can bounce that shit back to you in a healthy manner. People be like, oh, my friends can do it. Girl, no, your friends can't. No, your friends can't. A lot of y'all don't even have good enough discernment in order to recognize that a bitch not even really your friend for you to be over there sharing your innermost thoughts and fears and shit with them. No, go get you a goddamn professional, okay, that is licensed to keep your business to themselves and talk to them about your issues. But the problem is a lot of people feel so much shame and guilt around what they've experienced. Sitting across from a doctor and talking to a doctor about it feels like that person is going to automatically shame them about whatever it is. And they have to get out of that headspace, because you can't fully heal from the things that you've gone through if you can't get past the shame and the guilt that keeps you from actually like going through it and remembering it and unpacking it. Because that, girl, that's what you got to do. And you can't be no good parent to nobody until you do that, girl. I'm so very, very sorry. Ooh, when I tell y'all, I can't stand Claressa mama. And the reason why I say that is because I don't feel like children always need a father. I'm sorry, y'all. I know y'all feel like fathers are so important. I feel like parents are important. So if you have a good father, that's great, right? If a father is actually being a benefit to a child, then yes, he's needed. But I feel like a lot of the times what's really needed is for you to have a mama that loves herself and loves you. You can do anything in the fucking world if your mama loved herself and loved you. I don't care what the daddy ain't even got to be there. If the mama loved herself and she loved you, you gonna be all right. And that's just how I feel. And again, you can't convince me otherwise. Because I've seen what happens when the daddy not around, but the mama love her kids and she love herself. Children still be all right. What else? Girl.
You've been...
Girl. Now, why are we talking about Cheyenne? I don't know.
Keeping up with everything going on with Cheyenne?
Yeah, that's my homegirl. Yeah.
You think she adopted?
Why would that be your homegirl? Can y'all explain to me why the fuck Cheyenne Bryant would be Claressa Shields' homegirl? Somebody help me understand.
Oh, God. I think that... I think that... What can I say about my good sister? I do think
Just say yes
You gotta
or no.
think real hard. She's trying to think real hard in order not to say the wrong thing.
And then make your...
Okay. I think that she is a doctor, but I think that she likes the game that's being...
And that's upsetting that Cheyenne Bryant would be her therapist. Because Cheyenne Bryant, I don't feel like knows what the fuck she's talking about.
played of everybody thinking she's not one. And I think that when she wants to prove to everybody that she's a doctor, she's gonna just pull it out like I told y'all.
We've been waiting for almost a year now for that.
And we still gonna look at her like she fucking stupid. And then we gonna feel like, I mean, I've been saying for the longest, bitch, just go back to school. Just go back to school and get the credentials so that you can say it. What is the problem?
Diploma.
But she likes the game that she's playing. It's like, oh, y'all, did you see her thing?
Because something's wrong with her. Because something's wrong with her. Somebody that likes to play a game with their own integrity, something's wrong with them. Again, you can't tell me no different.
The little Netflix thing.
You mean the Amazon?
Said, this girl is crazy as hell. I liked it. I said, okay, I see. But it's the internet, and you must not let them control how you feel.
It's extremely entertaining.
Yes.
It's extremely entertaining.
Not just for us, but for her too.
Oh, for sure.
The way, not just for us, but for her too. She's entertained. You think she's entertained? You think she's entertained? I think she enjoys the fact that people are talking about her. Because again, something's wrong with her. All right. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I don't want nobody saying that I'm not something if I've actually worked for it. If I worked to receive, credentials and all of that. No, bitch. Diploma. I'm going to pull it up. You're not going to play no games with the hard work I put in. That lets me know, that further lets me know that you didn't really put in the work that it would have required to get that doctorate. Because if you had, you would not want people to be second guessing that type of work. The type of work they put you through in a 6-year doctorate program, bitch, after you finish going through all of that, doing clinical, you are absolutely gonna wanna pull out your license, your card, your diploma. You're gonna wanna pull that shit out after you go through all of that, y'all. That's a lot of hard work.
Yeah, what did she say? I'm pretty and I'm petty AF.
Yes.
Okay. You've been keeping...
Y'all, listen. These hoes ain't gonna make me upset. But I'm just telling you right now, the fact that them two is friends and talking to each other, that should let you know everything you need to know. What else is going on?
I'm not a person who look at boxing how y'all look at it. I think y'all look at it like, men are so much stronger and so much better. And so
before we get into this clip, I want to talk about how she looks. First of all, her skin is beautiful. Her makeup, the hair. I love this red hair on her. She looks amazing. I don't like the dress. I hate the dress. I hate the dress. I hate the dress. I hate the dress. You know why? Because sometimes I feel like Claressa likes to dress like a thought. And I'm only saying, y'all know I don't care about that type of stuff. Okay. Y'all know I might be out here with my ass out. So don't think I'm judging like that. Okay. Probably not, but I might. Okay. I might. I reserve the right to show my ass whenever I feel like it. Okay. But with Claressa, I feel like she dresses like this in order to showcase that she is a baddie. I think the point is to prove I'm a baddie. I'm sorry, but at this point, I need us to start actually defining the word baddie so we can understand what it truly means. And so women can know that they can be beautiful. They can love hair and makeup. And that doesn't necessarily make them a fucking baddie. Okay? I feel like now we kind of understand what a baddie is at this point. It used to just mean you a bad boosh, right? Calling you a baddie, she a baddie because she a bad bitch. She look good. You know what I'm saying? Her shit sitting right. Her vibe right. The physical, the magic is given, okay? But now after the baddies TV shows and the influencers, you know, and the girls that's, you know, trying to make sure that they look perfect and you know, full face of makeup and wigs 24/7, 365, black, rain, sleet, snow, shine, bitch sleeping in makeup, all of that type of stuff. Yeah. Y'all have taken it to another level. And it's almost like a woman can't put on makeup and a wig and look nice without also having to be that. And I feel like we need to do some separation. We need to do a tad bit of separation. Y'all doing too much. I don't like the dress because of the camera angle. We're looking up your dress. We're looking up your dress. And I feel like she dressed like this because she was coming to a space where she was afraid that she would be masculinized. I think she's always aware that y'all are going to masculinize her, therefore making her womanhood feel obsolete, devaluing her womanhood because of her being a strong boxer and a woman that has a certain level of aggression, right? Women in men fields, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I feel like this dress is another extension of you having to showcase your pussy power. And I just kind of feel like at some point when you really do become like really good in your womanhood and who you are, and not just like your womanhood because you're a woman, but as a person, really liking yourself, really loving yourself, accepting your flaws, accepting the things you may not like, but really trying to like really, really love yourself, your body, how you show up specifically. That's when you realize can't nobody take away your womanhood. Now, legally, they trying, and we'll get to that, because legally, they're trying. Legally, they're trying to make it so that you are seen in a certain capacity as a woman. They're trying to limit what you can consider to be womanhood, and that will always be bad for black women, okay? That will always be bad for black women, for people to see womanhood as a specific thing, because it robs other women from that name, that being a woman. You know what I'm saying? And it's a feeling a lot of the times that we have to prove that we're deserving of a certain level of reverence or respect as a woman. And I feel that from her all the time, that she's always trying to be like, yeah, I'm a good boxer, but I'm also a woman. And what that really means is I deserve a certain level of care. But you also have to give that in order to get it, Claressa. But I understand. I understand what it really be a lot of the times. She looks beautiful. I hate the dress. And I wish that she would learn how to mesh the masculinity that is naturally a part of her person with the femininity that she feels would best suit her. Like, I feel like she could have wore slacks. She could have, you know what I mean? Like, she could have worn something that was still feminine, that wasn't baddie wear. You're wearing club wear to this interview, and we're looking up your skirt. You could have had on something that was a little bit more comfortable for you, but I feel like you so focused on performing femininity at the highest level that you can perform it to prove that you are fully a woman.
Much more warrior.
Which you don't need to prove. We don't need to look up your skirt, girl.
Than women. I don't look at it like that. I'm like woman king, how I look at things. And so I'm not against it, but I know that it probably will never happen. But it's not something I'm pushing for. But
a white suit would have been lit. It would have been.
If it was to be like a thing, I would get prepared the right way.
Yeah.
And when I say prepared the right way, I'm calling in Terrence for camp. I'm calling in Shakur. I'm calling in my heavy hitters who I know. They know what I can do because they've seen me get down with men inside the gym. But I'm calling them.
Crossing her legs would not have helped. I also feel like crossing your legs is easier for men than it is for women. But, you know, sexism and misogyny and shit makes you think that, you know, everything is, you know, when it's easier for men to cross their legs because they have narrower hips. When your hips and your legs are narrower, it's easy to like cross them and put them over one another. I've really been learning this getting back into yoga, okay? Because if you got thick legs, if you got titties, you know what I'm saying? If you have the things that really do create a woman's body, it's hard to be bending and twisting yourself all the time. Like wide set hips women are the ones that's actually, it's more comfortable for us to sit with our legs wide open. But because people like to shame women, because if her legs are open, that means that her legs are open for sex, not just that her hips sit wide. And so sitting with your legs open wider is more comfortable for a woman versus the idea that we always need to be sitting up a certain way and having our legs crossed in order to perform purity and you know, demure. Right? Demureness. You want us to, you know, make sure that our legs are crossed to show that hey, you can't get in these legs. And I feel like I can have my legs cocked open and you still can't get in them, nigga. See what I'm saying?
Let me know, what am I missing? Because now, sparring to a real fight.
But also, like, nobody wants to be looking in between your legs at this camera view. You know what I'm saying? Like this camera angle, I really, really just, and you can't see anything, but I just don't like it. As somebody that feels like she just could have done something better, that where I wasn't, you know, continuously seeing this space where it's like, you know, Claressa, like pull a camera up, do something.
It's different.
You don't fear the power of a man.
No.
What would be a requirement that you would say,
I bet
okay,
you that they try to put her in other stuff and she don't want to wear the other stuff because she wants to make sure she's being as fishy as possible.
I'm willing to do it, but it has to be that I'm not willing to fight a man.
No, I'm telling you, a suit with a bustiquera. Girl, you know I love me a suit and a bustiquera.
Play into it, but it wouldn't. I wouldn't say a smaller weight though. I would say a guy within.
Y'all making me mad. It's giving damn, girl. I didn't know Nike finished racing.
Girl, the weight classes.
No, that's
okay. So a guy has to weigh 154, 160
okay.
in there. I would say maybe his height, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I'm not a person who look at boxing how y'all look at it. Y'all. I think y'all look at it like, you know, men are so much stronger and so much better and so much more warrior-ish than women. I don't look at it like that. I'm like woman king, how I look at things. And so I'm not against it, but I know that
I'm not gonna lie. A part of me would love to start seeing women get in the ring with you niggas and beating y'all asses in you know, in fights. And the reason why is because I do think that it's a stereotype that at large, like, you know, every man is beating every woman's ass. That y'all kind of feel like that. And so then when women actually can beat these niggas' ass and are bigger or stronger, you automatically make them othered, right? And I don't like that shit.
It probably will never happen, but it's not something I'm pushing for. But if it was to be like a thing, I would get prepared the right way.
Zena the Dean. Okay, so y'all know, I'm gonna leave y'all alone, but I be thinking a lot of hoes is gay. Okay, I do. And y'all get mad at me for that, and then y'all find out these hoes is gay. Okay, Zena, thank you for the super chat. Coquettish, tomboy would be such a good look for her. Yes, but then it would mean leaning in and being comfortable with a certain level of masculinity, and she is not.
Oh.
And when I say prepared the right way, I'm calling in Terrence for camp. I'm calling in Shakur. I'm calling in my heavy hitters who I know. They know what I can do because they've seen me get down with men inside the gym. But I'm calling them to let me know, what am I missing? Because now sparring to a real fight is different.
You don't fear the power of a man.
I do. You don't fear the power of a man.
I don't give a fuck what you ask me. Get your motherfucking hands down. Man, come on.
That's my answer to that. It's actually quite annoying, right? Of course, women all have a healthy fear of men as a whole. But under the right circumstances, why would I be afraid? Why would I be afraid? Again.
I don't give a fuck what you ask me.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Can you niggas fight bullets? Can y'all beat up bullets? I understand now. So what you think, you media man? You think you think you about to catch all the bullets? Oh, okay. I'm a good shot. I love shooting guns.
No.
What would be a requirement that you would say, okay, I'm willing to do it, but it has to be that I'm not willing to fight a man, blah or blah? Will it be weight?
Weight definitely would be something that play into it, but it wouldn't. I wouldn't say a smaller weight though. I would say a guy within 60 and 47, 54 and 60 maybe.
What's that?
The weight classes.
Okay.
So a guy has to weigh 154, 160
okay.
in there. I would say
he gotta be in the same weight class as her. That's it. Same weight class. I bet you it'd be a better fight than y'all think. I want to see some of these women beat y'all ass because I need y'all to be shaken from this misconception that y'all all just so big and strong and every woman is so docile and weak and we, girl. That's why y'all need to stop trying to be so fucking thin. Maybe you wouldn't be so easy to get your ass beat if you wasn't trying to look like a goddamn child.
Hey, jab or TKO?
TKO.
Why?
Cause just get it over with. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we gonna fight and we gonna prove we're the best, let's do it. But if not, just let it be done, right?
Her at her peak, you at your peak.
Come on now. It's not even comparable.
But she would say, I got more knockouts.
And I got more belts and Olympic gold medals.
You don't think that you could learn anything from Layla?
Nope.
You already learned what you could learn from Layla. And what you could learn is discernment and how to carry yourself better. But your ego, girl, your ego. And to me, the reason why her ego is so big is because she's been so terribly, terribly defiled. I'm sorry, y'all, but whatever happened to Claressa as a child, I think took so much from her that every opportunity to prove that she's better than somebody is an opportunity to prove that she's better than the people thought she was or than her raggedy ass mama said she was. Like, that's what I feel. That's really what I feel with this Layla Ali situation when she talks about the other girl boxer. Anytime she talks about any other woman and she feels she's in competition, that is based on the fact that you starting off at the bottom with your self-esteem. And so when you do all of these things, it's because you feel like you gotta get on top of them. You gotta be full of shit and act as if you're so above it when we know that you're actually not. And that's another thing. The Olympics wasn't around when Layla Ali was a boxer.
Are you saying that because it's within the 6 weeks?
No, I'm saying that because when God puts somebody in your life, they're meant to be there. When God removes someone.
Yeah, she's overcompensating. Thank you. Overcompensating for what she lacked from her mother. Absolutely. And instead of seeing women that come into her life offering her that, she feels competition. And honestly, I can only blame her rabbit ass mama.
They're not meant to be there. I have accomplished everything in my career off of hard work, grit, discipline, and not with somebody giving me guidance, right? And so with that, it's like now that even if she did have the chance to try to come in and give some guidance, and so much jealousy behind it because of people just comparing us.
But
you're jealous of her. She's not jealous of you, love. I know you don't want to admit that, but she's not jealous of you. She's just not. You are jealous of her. And I think you're jealous of her because it's a very specific type of boxer that also gets to be beautiful and seen as beautiful. And Layla is one of those women, and it really is due to colorism and her hair texture. I mean, she is a beautiful woman regardless. But I do believe if she were a darker complected woman with your texture hair, with her same sizing, she would not have been viewed in the same way that she was viewed. And she was viewed as somebody that was very beautiful, even back then. And so is the other girl. The other girl bad as fuck. Okay, what's that other girl name, y'all? That she always trying to get into, that she got into that little tussle with. I seen that bitch on TikTok. Lord.
I have read or saw you guys once had a relationship.
Yes.
And where did the relationship go spoil?
she said that I took something the wrong way when she said if she was to come out of retirement, nobody would be able to give her a challenge. But I was champ at 168 at the time, which is the same weight class she fought at. So we was like, God, dang, you can be retired for 10 plus years and come out of retirement
And still have your way.
And I was like, dang, to me that was like disrespect because I'm the greatest woman
Yes.
of all time. You feel me? But she tries to backpedal and says, oh, that wasn't a knock to you, but she had been speaking that way.
Because I think she felt like there was nobody her age. I don't think she would have wanted to fight nobody that much younger than her. I think she would have wanted to get in the ring. If I'm going to really come out and fight, I want to fight somebody that's not only in my weight class, but that's also in my age range, right? Like, I think that's really what she meant.
For such a long time.
I think her movie might be on Amazon Prime.
That her saying that no other woman ever said nothing.
Yeah.
They all were like, oh yeah, that's Layla Ali. Yeah, she whatever she say goes. And it was like, she can't whoop my ass. She probably whoop y'all ass, but she's not gonna whoop me.
Yes,
like,
her confidence is a defense mechanism. Absolutely.
No, that ain't what we're doing. And she said I took that the wrong way, and that started the whole thing.
Layla Ali.
You did take it the wrong way. And you took it the wrong way because you are overcompensating. And what that other comment was that I pulled up, she's not a big ego because based on how kids treat non-traditional pretty, dark-skinned girls, I am sure she was crucified by the jokes and teasing. Now she is super confident or egotistical. I absolutely believe that she was probably ribbed as a child, but I also feel like that was, her mama, that's her mammy too, okay? Based on the way that movie looked, your first op is your mama. And to me, what we learn is that if your mama really love you and care about you, ain't you can't really bully people for real. If they mama got their back and gonna show up and tell, you know what I mean? Like, there's just a level of building confidence before your child even gets out of your house that you have to be a part of as a parent and as a mother to fortify them for what to expect. Also, if you know that your child is going to deal with these types of things, what you gonna do as a parent that actually care? You're gonna make sure your daughter fresh as fuck. You're gonna make sure her clothes clean, her hygiene is on point. You're gonna make sure her hair is done, that she looks cute. There are a lot of women that understand how dark-skinned young black girls that don't fit a certain, stereotype of look, how they may be treated, and they love their daughter, so they put the effort into making sure that they fortify their self-esteem and their hygiene and how they present themselves. Claressa was never even given that chance. She wasn't just ribbed for being a dark-skinned girl. She was ribbed for being poor and showing up to school dirty and not being fed and shit. Like that was her specific fucked up ass experience. Because you know why? Because mama gotta have a life too. Mama gotta be worried about dick. Claressa Shields' mama was one of them mamas. You worrying about dick. That's why you not doing what you supposed to do by that fucking child. I always feel bad for her, no matter what. No matter how much she aggravates me. And that's why I refuse to not see the situation as Pap being a pimp and taking advantage of the information and the, that she lacks and the blind spots that she has as a young woman raised in her specific type of circumstances. It really, really breaks my heart. It does. She couldn't have made it she was in Flint. She made it. It's not, y'all. How she has responded is, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's how a lot of people respond, y'all. She's no different than a lot of other girls that I grew up around that, have some of these same type of hangups and they do mean girl shit because they always trying to, compensate for something that don't nobody know about but them. That happens all over the place. I just think it happens to her because she is in the space that she's in, right, as a boxer. Also, the situation that she put herself in, being taken advantage of by that wop-head ass old nigga, right? That is another situation that's just like Lotto, where to me, Charleston, you sitting up there talking about, oh, y'all, trying to infuse colorism into a situation. Y'all treat Claressa like shit, but y'all don't say shit to Lotto. Everybody says shit to Lotto. People say shit to Lotto. You niggas, right? You niggas. And a lot of you women, y'all respond to Lotto because she's beautiful and then respond to Claressa because she's outside of, you know, biracial, good hair, light skin, small, thin phenotype bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, both of those women are doing the same thing. They are always somewhere screaming about a nigga that's somewhere else whispering about them. They always on the internet or somewhere screaming about a man. My man, 21, Pap. 21 and Pap somewhere like, yeah, you know, that's my girl. You know, I fuck with her. And to me, I will always see that as the greatest miscarriage of justice. Is that y'all really move like thirsty women with niggas that y'all already say y'all got. That's the odd part to me, right? Like, why you acting so thirsty if the nigga really yours? And that's what make me feel like there's a chink in this old armor and my motherfucking soul will not be moved. Because to me, when you actually are like confident in a relationship, for real, and you know the nigga fucking with you, I ain't about to be on the internet arguing with those stupid assholes about how my nigga feel about me. The fuck? It's just upsetting. It's upsetting, girl. Speaking, girl, listen, we need to take a. I'm pushing this story down because I need to go through some other shit first. Hold up. Let me remove what I've already talked about. Okay, hold up. Yeah. Y'all, listen, I hope the girls are getting their things. I hope the girls are getting their things, meaning that I hope the girls are getting the bags. I hope the girls are getting the purses, the money, the clothes, the trips. They look like they on a real nice first class flight somewhere. Nigga finally added public displays of affection to a contract. Because y'all know they think every woman that's with Rick Ross is being paid to be there. And that's how we all feel because we look at him and we determine that the only reason you could be letting that nigga climb on top of you and do his business is because he's paying you to be there. And a part of the job is pretending like you love him for him, right? Right? It's not his money. It's not his money. Like, what is... Girl, the way they rubbing all on each other, I would have been like, can y'all please? We are on a plane. Okay, this is a commercial flight. I know you in first class. This is a commercial flight. This ain't the Emirates, bitch. You ain't in your own little personal cubicle. You ain't in your personal cubicle. Y'all, when I tell y'all nothing about this was attractive to me, I hate the fact that they even posted this.
Keep me in your prayers. I hope everything be all right.
Y'all know he loves every second of this, right? Y'all see it. Okay, you're gonna grab my fingers.
If you're in a relationship, have you ever experienced beautiful narcissism? Narcissistic ways? You're looking at it. You're looking at it. Pray for me. Keep me in your prayers.
Is this ugly ass nigga calling her a narcissist? I believe it. Like, you ain't got to argue. Listen, I believe him, but I just find it interesting that he up here calling her a narcissist while she holding on to his fucking head for dear life. Like, if she let him go, somebody gonna steal her purse.
I hope everything be all right.
Somebody said it don't taste nothing but salt and pork. Because that's what I was thinking about. If she was kissing all over him, I was like, oh, your lips salty as a motherfucker, huh?
I know he loves every second of this, right? Y'all see it.
Is she the one we thought was a man, or was that a man? Because that looked like a man. Was this the one, y'all? Was I wrong about that? I might have been. But I don't put nothing past none of these niggas.
This is a PSA to some of y'all girlies out there. If you have a filter on in every pic and video on your page, please don't come over here commenting on my appearance, because you don't even like yourself. You don't even like the way you look, but want to speak on other people's appearances. Watch yourself now. But this is just a layover, baby. Tell them where we headed first. I said, baby, this is just a layover, but tell them where we headed first.
These nuts.
We're headed to Nice. To Monaco, to be exact.
That's right, girl. You travel around the world. Listen, young girls, this is an option in a patriarchy. An option in a patriarchy is to be with a fat, disgusting, ugly, disrespectful nigga, but he will pay for things. He will pay, and you will be able to see the world. Now, listen, you can see the world without this. I do want y'all to know, okay? There are other ways to see the world without offering pussy for it, okay? I'm a great example of that. I travel the world all the time. I've never given any pussy for it, okay? She's a beautiful girl. Yeah, she's this, y'all know that there are archetypes of women, right? I'm a similar archetype of woman, right? And that's our natural aesthetic is our best aesthetic. And so we don't have to do too much to ourselves in order to be perceived as beautiful, because our aesthetic is the natural aesthetic, right? Like, you know, a lot of New Orleans girls are like this. All right, it's too fucking hot for us to be doing that shit all you Miami hoes be doing, okay? Like, I'm sorry, bitch. I'm not about to be out here with makeup on every day, all day, and a wig. You trying to get me to die. You want me to pass out. You want me to have a heat stroke down there on Broad some fucking well, walking around with a wig and a full face of makeup, bitch. I will not. You gonna get this fresh face, bitch. You gonna get this natural hair. You gonna get this natural body, and you motherfuckers gonna love it. You feel me? So yeah, she come from that you could tell by her aesthetic. That's the group she come from. Rich niggas like those types of women too. Like, rich niggas love them a slim, natural, aesthetic type girl. Okay? And you know, listen, for the girls that like to do the most, put that shit on. Please don't get me wrong. Please put that shit on if you want to put that shit on. Don't be out here putting that shit on because you think that you're not beautiful if you don't. But if you want to put that shit on, bitch, put that shit on. All I'm saying is it's too motherfucking hot for me to be doing all of that, okay? And it's been too fucking hot for me to be doing all of that. Listen, I ain't got time for all that. But, you know, for the rest of y'all that do that, I love that for y'all. You know what I'm saying? You keep that shit up, bitch, okay? I ain't never been mad at an old lady that keep her shit together. I was on a boat in Miami, hot as fuck, and all the women had a full face of makeup. I don't think so. No, they really be, and they be having like full face of makeup like they went to a makeup artist, got that shit done yesterday. That shit been glued to their face for the past 2 days. Yeah, I found that out. I didn't know the girls be like keeping their makeup on like for days and shit. I was just like, yeah, nah, I can't do that. Like, it must be the neurodivergency, bitch, because the way I need to wash my face, low maintenance as fuck. Aesthetically low maintenance. And then I wouldn't even say that because I like expensive shit. I like nice expensive shit. Okay? Like, you know, you think I'm low maintenance until you find out that everything in here has to be name brand. And I'm talking about paper towels, toilet paper, wipes. I don't do, okay? No, bitch. I don't do the basic level of anything at a grocery store. You thought I was low maintenance because I don't do all of that other shit. Until you find out that you can't bring no Dollar Tree paper towels in this motherfucker, okay? Don't you come in here with that low-level bounty shit, okay? You get brawny. Okay, you get brawny, or you can step it up and get, you know, the other one that I like that's real soft and quilted and shit. Viva, yeah. Don't you come in here with no bargain basement brand of not a goddamn thing. Not as low maintenance as you thought, huh, nigga? But yeah, nah. For all the girls out there tricking, you know what I'm saying, with these niggas, do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. I ain't mad at you. As long as you not throwing up in your mouth, I ain't mad at you. I also feel the same way, and I said that shit. I was like, I can't stand motherfuckers that want to talk shit to me in some comments, and you got a filter on top of a filter on top of a fucking filter. Bitch, show your real face talking shit to me from behind 3 filters. Okay? I don't know if y'all recognize there ain't no filter up here. This ain't no motherfucking filter. It's how I look, ho. There is a cheap version of Bounty. Yes, the one that has like the orange pack. It's less thick. Not the green Bounty, the like yellow orange Bounty. It's the one that look like they get it for the classrooms. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that nigga came home with that shit. Yeah, Bounty Basic. Thank you. Don't you fucking come in here with no Bounty Basic. Okay? I told that nigga, I said, he bought it, and then I was like, all right, I'm going to let you use them and see how fast they go out. Because we had this conversation at least every couple of years about how, nigga, stop bringing non-name brand essentials in here. It matters, y'all. You go through Bounty Basic so fucking fast. You go through Bounty Basic so fast because it is thin. Now, the regular Bounty, that's different. But there is a cheaper version of Bounty, y'all, and it is terrible. Bounty is not thin shit. You don't know what I'm talking about, Angela. You don't know what I'm talking about. You talking about the regular Bounty. I'm talking about the Bounty Basic. That's at the Family Dollar. Yes. And honestly, I really only like Brawny. I really only like Brawny. Now it's Brawny or it's nothing. Get the Brawny, maybe get the Viva. Don't come in here with no Bounty Basic. You can get the regular Bounty, but I prefer the Brawny. And that's just what it is. Okay? Girl, do you go through that goddamn Bounty Basic so fast? He was wiping shit up. He said, that shit goes so fast. I said, yes. This is why you don't buy these. This is why you don't buy these, sugar. Because this is what they do. They melt on you. They are not thick. Child, Target, good and gather is good. I ain't gonna lie. I do fuck with a good and a gather. But don't you come in here with no goddamn great value. All right, moving on. I'm throwing this in here real quick. This wasn't even on my list. Chris Brown fights ex-housekeeper's attempt to take tour money after dog mauling verdict. Says 13 million collection effort goes too far. Boy, fuck you. You tried to blame that lady for why your vicious ass dog bit her face off. The issues that dog caused this lady is going to make it hard for her to work for the rest of her fucking life. That lady cleaned houses. Pay the lady, you bitch. I'm sorry. I don't like him. I think he's a terrible person. Chris Brown is pushing back as his former housekeeper attempts to collect nearly $13 million by targeting money tied to his current tour with Usher. According to TMZ, Brown filed the new court documents opposing Maria Avila's request to have his present and future earnings redirected to her, including tour revenue and royalties, until the judgment against him is paid. Avila was awarded nearly $13 million after winning a lawsuit stemming from a 2020 dog attack at Brown's Los Angeles home. She alleged one of Brown's dogs viciously attacked her while she was working at the property, leaving her with severe injuries. It's a little ginger and lemon. Okay? Because I knew somebody was going to ask. Brown denied wrongdoing and argued that Avila provoked the dog, but a jury ultimately sided with her following a trial. Y'all, can somebody tell me why the fuck would you think this lady that's at your house to clean up, who simply went outside to empty some trash or some shit, or beat a broom or clean out a vacuum, whatever the fuck it was, why would you say she provoked your dog? Why would you say that? Because you don't want to have to be accountable for your negligence. When the truth of the matter is, if a dog attacks somebody on your property, you are negligent. You are responsible. It's your property. As a dog owner, everybody knows this shit. If your dog bites somebody, it's your responsibility, bitch. He's a terrible person. And because he can flip around the stage, y'all will continue to support him and give him all y'all fucking money. That's y'all business, but yuck. Now Brown, he's arguing that Avila's attempt to seize his income goes too far and exceeds what she is legally entitled to collect. How so? You're not trying to pay her. And are you mad because she coming for her money? It was the same thing Nicki Minaj tried to do and why that man was coming for her house. Because y'all think y'all can ignore these people and these judgments that they have been awarded in trial. Y'all go to trial. Y'all think that y'all can, be like, no, I'm not paying it. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to levy. We're going to levy, bitch. Give it up. And you could have simply been like, okay, let's set up a payment arrangement and I'll start paying you a certain amount of money. But I'm sure he's already doing that because he has a long list of victims of several different assaults that he's had to pay out lawsuits to. And that's because he is a fucked up, out of control, emotionally dysregulated wop-head ass nigga. I was about to say something else and I thought different of it. Okay? All right? We just trying to be safe out here. The dispute comes as Brown and Usher continue their nationwide stadium tour, which includes 33 scheduled performances running from June to December. Should Chris pay up? If he has a problem with the collection efforts, then he should go ahead and pay that woman. Simple. His insurance is going to pay some of, not all, I would think. It's called homeowners insurance. I do have a bit of sarcasm in my tone, but where his glazes at that said his LLC, etc., will cover it. You know why? Because y'all always think these niggas got more money than they actually do. And when we be telling y'all, based on the fact that this nigga is always having to pay a lawyer because he does shit all the time, this case going on at the same time as you knock the nigga upside the head with the bottle. You have multiple cases where somebody has gotten harmed on your property or because of you consistently since he's been in our lives. Since 2009, this nigga has been wrecking havoc. It's a goddamn shame. Let's move on. I want to go to Candy. Candy finally admitting that it's hard to be over there co-parenting with big head ass Todd.
Right.
Wow.
So how has it been? Because like you're saying, you're coming up on a year with co-parenting now. We saw y'all on vacation. So we're like, okay, but has there been a challenge? And is there anything that you would share with a person that might be going through co-parenting and shifting into that?
I feel like it was a little challenging while we were in the middle of the divorce. Because it's like, I just cussed your ass out. And now we got to go over here on vacation, just me, you, and Ace of Blaze. I remember, I think the first one was for New Year's. He all of a sudden was like, he was taking the kids somewhere. And I'm like, hold on. Like, I got those days off. What make you think? I was like, well, we both going.
So how has it been? Because like you're saying, you're coming up on a year with co-parenting now.
And he was like, all right, cool. So we both were.
I love Candy's hair right here. So cute.
Together with our two little ones to bring in the new year. And it was kind of awkward in my brain because I'm like, okay, one part of me is like, we're not going to be together anymore. And typically you want to bring the year in with the person that you plan to be with.
Right.
And I knew we wasn't going to be together. So it just was kind of like, okay, how is this going to work?
Yeah.
But we got along well. One thing he and I can do, like when it comes to the kids, we're good at, you know, putting the drama to the side and being able to just, you know,
be there for the kids.
Yeah, we cool. Like, you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Like nothing even happened.
Right.
And then, you know, go back to arguing when we went back home.
Yeah.
And then we had to, we linked up again for spring break. The spring break was my spring break.
Okay.
But he was like, well, I want to be able to come too. And I was like, and my son was like, Mom, why can't Dad come? And I'm like, I'm going to tell.
So it's real what people are saying about like until they 18 and out the house. It's you kind of stuck.
Yeah, like, you know, so we made it work then. You know, I had got the rental house in Florida, which is something we do every year anyway. But he just had his own room. And I had my own room.
Yes.
And we had invited some friends and the kids were there and it was cool.
Yeah.
We did good.
That's good.
And we just did another one with our older kids and the younger ones.
Okay.
We all went to as he had his own room and I had my own room, but we linked up and, you know, we all did the fun stuff together.
Yeah.
The only thing is I'm not sure how it's going to work when one of us has a significant other. Oh, so I'm curious to know because like he and I are great. I feel like we're starting off great.
Yes.
With the co-parenting thing, but I'm praying that it still continues to be great when the one of us has another somebody.
Yes. I'm praying it's going to go great. It's going to go great. That's the energy we're putting out into the universe. It's going to be great. Candy, you got this. You got this.
You know, we all did
I think as long as he can be respectful, because I think this is more so going to be an issue for him than it is for Candy, in my opinion. And I see a lot of what y'all saying, but I'm not mad at Candy and Todd for trying to go on vacations together. They just got a divorce. Their kids are still very young. Those two youngest ones, Ace and Blaze, they're very young kids. I actually feel like if you can put your bullshit to the side and go on a vacation so that your kids can have, you know, both parents and all of that, then great. Especially if that nigga is giving you money for the trip. Don't be paying for shit. But yeah, like, oh, you want to take a trip? Okay, well, let's do, you know, you pay for one half, I pay for the other half. I think that's cool. When people have good intentions. When people have good intentions to make sure that they're not causing more harm to their kids or to their, you know, ex-partner, then I think it's a great situation because I personally feel like it's not enough of y'all that are mature enough to put y'all bullshit aside for children. And y'all are the ones that be out here fucking and having these kids and cheating and breaking up. I think if you have children in situations, y'all really should be able at times, not all the time, but at times, you should be able to put that shit to the side and do what you need to do for your child. And see, I don't like that. I'm not your wife no more. We are not in a family like that anymore. You got your own money, nigga. Pay for your half of these motherfucking trips. Pay for your own flight. I'm not paying for all of that, nigga. We not together no more. That shit needs to be out. But as far as like having these little once, you know, 2, 3, 4 times a year, because, you know, they got money. So having these trips where we go to we rent a big nice house, or, you know, we go on a resort and, you know, you got your own room, I got my own room. We maybe have some friends to kind of cushion the in-between, but just so the kids can feel like, you know, they have both parents there at the same time to create these memories with them. I do feel like that's good. I'm sorry. I feel like that's good. I just hope that Candy is not putting herself through any unnecessary trauma, because ultimately he cheated on her. You feel me? But yeah, no, I would want for y'all to put any relationship shit to the side and just do what you got to do. Like she said, when they go on the trips, they good. When they get back home, they start cursing each other out. That's different, because we can all go back to our own places. But on vacation to make shit okay for the kids, I feel like that is a good thing. And they should continue doing that. And when they, both go on to have different partners, child, I feel like that, yeah, they should be able to keep that shit, keep it cute. Keep it cute. Because at the end of the day, it's over. The relationship is over. You've moved on. Move on. Be done with it. Let people go. You don't own people. They don't own you. Okay? And if you're going to bring somebody around your family, they need to be respectful of your of the other person, because it is a situation that requires finesse. Don't be bringing no niggas or no bitches, both of y'all. Don't be bringing nobody in the situation that is not going to have finesse and respect for the ecosystem that y'all are trying to create. And that's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. Now, let's go over to some white people's news. Ooh, girl, I can't stand a nigga with a mustache and no other facial hair. Now you got a mustache and pork chop sideburns. This is all bad. This is all bad, y'all. If y'all ever thought that Brad Pitt was a good person, I'm going to need for y'all to go ahead and let that go. Let me hold your hand while I tell you, alcoholic white men with pork chop sideburns and porn stashes are not safe. Brad Pitt is getting candid about drinking again and the difficult time that made him feel like he could understand suicide. Oh, that's a good one. That right there, that's a good one. Please remind us when we actually used to find this man attractive. Us finding out that you a raging alcoholic that's abusive to your wife and children, well, I don't like that. Okay, I don't like that. Either way, let's get into, we go, more things have come out about Brad Pitt. Okay, and Brad Pitt was another nigga that used to like to really be with people that was way younger than him. His relationship with Juliette Lewis when he was in his mid to late 20s and she was a teenager was absolutely some gross shit. Okay, but yeah. After speaking publicly about his sobriety, Brad reveals in an interview with Esquire that he got back off the wagon. He said, I was sober for 7 years, he says, explaining that he now drinks alcohol in a more restrained manner. I can have a few, but I can't have a lot. I have to be professional about it. Brad also speaks about his mental health through the highs and lows of his life, sharing that he felt suicidal for one little period. I just thought I just couldn't, just didn't see a way out. The pain was so oppressive. I can believe that you were dealing with a lot of pain because you're human, but do I believe that you aren't using this as a way to soften your image to the public after everything that's come out? No, I think you're being manipulative as fuck. I wasn't going to act on this, but I could feel the cold steel of the bullet in my head, and I felt like relief. I thought, oh, okay, now I understand. I understand suicide in the sense that it's just relief. As for what led him to that point, family stuff, he will only say. He could leave it at that. I don't like it because what it does is it presents this, we should feel sorry for you. And the reason why beautiful Brad Pitt wanted to unalive himself is because his kids are changing their last names because that terrible mom, Angelina Jolie, that bitch, she is, is poisoning the children against their father, who was an alcoholic and abusive. Because, obviously you have to be convinced not to like somebody that fucking hits you. Yikes. Yikes. Well, this is soft, isn't it? This gives a vibe, doesn't it? Well, he's still fine. God damn it. It's always the fine ones. It's always the fine ones, just as terrible. And niggas with small, little beady eyes and furrowed brows. Yeah. And y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all, this is because I feel like, first of all, men are groomed to be assholes. Like, y'all are groomed to be terrible people, just, in our society. That's just how I feel about it, okay? But when you add being successful in the space of being an actor and being beautiful, and people automatically assuming you're a good person because you're beautiful, yeah, I think that leaves a lot of space for you to turn into a psychopath. Because once you realize that you can basically do whatever you want to do and people will continuously forgive you, it's almost like, well, why should I care? The only people that are actually going to show you that you hurt them and have the ability to actually show you that you hurt them are your close ones, your family, your kids. Those are the only people that are really going to be able to give a clear picture of who you are right back to you, because the world is not going to do it. The world is going to praise you because they don't really fucking know you. That's just how that goes. Well, y'all, moving on, more in white people's news. Former OnlyFans model Courtney Clinny has been sentenced to 6 years in prison after pleading guilty to manslaughter with a deadly weapon in the 2022 death of her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli. 6 years is a slap on the wrist, but at least she got some jail time, because we definitely thought that y'all was going to let her off the way y'all didn't want to arrest her when the shit first happened. Like, she didn't just straight up just, this man. Like, Clinty, 30, had originally been charged with second-degree murder after fatally stabbing Obumseli inside their Miami condo in April 2022. She maintained that she acted in self-defense while prosecutors accused her of being the aggressor. As part of a plea argument, the murder charge was reduced to manslaughter. You always think it's a man. No, I don't. Do I think that this man was probably a self-hating black man that allowed this white woman to abuse him so that he could have proximity to a blonde white woman? Yes. Do I think that meant that he deserved to die? Absolutely not. And I'm glad that she's getting some jail time. But I absolutely feel like not only was she aggressor, I think she planned to kill him. I don't think it was, I was defending myself. I don't believe that at all. We saw video of the way she would be beating up on that man. She will receive credit for roughly 4 years she's already served, and she could be released in less than 2 years. Ain't that about a bitch? Obumseli's family agreed to the resolution with their attorney, previously saying that Clinty accepting responsibility would help begin the process of bringing closure to the family. Yikes. His baby teeth. That was odd. Well, people that think that, white people are safety for you, be careful. Okay, I tell you all the time, I like a mixed rum. Okay, a mixed rum. And I say that for a reason. Hold up, y'all. Quick little ad right quick, because, girl, I gotta go.
Everybody want to know why my price is my price.
Ugh. I'm mad that this got this music on it because I'm scared. But I need to get my... Hold up.
We can make that. My price is my price because, look, I put in that work. You see the labor, the passion, everything. Like blood, sweat, and tears. I don't even get much sleep. I don't even be having the money to buy this food sometimes. But I make it work. And I pray that, I can just help my family, pay all the bills, make sure I get diapers, and it's not easy. I do everything by myself.
The music in the background is probably going to get me caught up, but y'all see what this is. This is Taisha. Okay, she is the owner of Reset by Design Wellness. Is this just some clips from our trips? I'll be right back. Oh, girl. That was the first Thailand trip. Oh, y'all, this right here, this is the spa. The Bali spa, the Putrid spa in Bali. Y'all, when I tell y'all, that was one of the best spa experiences I ever had in my fucking life. Okay? If y'all coming with us to Bali, listen. This was our Bali trip right here, right? Yeah, that was Bali. Child, at this point, I be forgetting. We done been, I've been around the world. Oh, I've been around the world. I've been around the world. I've been around the world. Okay. Oh, y'all, I made 53,000 on Instagram. Yay. I think I'm almost to 11,000 on my secondary YouTube channel, BondyBlue Bites. So y'all make sure y'all follow me over there. But yeah, I'm like, you know, I'm trying to keep pushing, girl. I'm trying to keep pushing. But when I tell y'all every day is a, oh, girl. I mean, I feel blessed. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I don't have to go back to doing anything else. So thank y'all because I love y'all. Oh, Lord. Never would have made it. Never would have made it. Listen, one of the biggest blessings in my life is being able to sit up here and talk my shit to y'all. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all. If I can just get the 300,000 on YouTube, I feel like I would be good with that. I would be good with that if I can just get the 300,000. But the way they like to play about me, girl, I ain't got time. Well, y'all, where is it? I told y'all this man was struggling. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Neek. I sure will. I'll bring it up at the end. Remind me, please. Remind me to bring up Usher. Was it the real Usher? Please remind me. Because I feel like, thank you. I feel like, is that a cute baby? Oh, thank you. I didn't look. At first I was like, is that a nigga or a baby? Y'all, I really wish that people would stop thinking about drug use the way that they do, right? There's a lot of like stigma on people, you know, having drug issues and all of that. And I heard, let me go find that clip of Angela cursing us out the first time. I was looking at Candace in the comments, you know, why y'all trying to tear black man down type shit. I can't remember exactly what she said, but it was along those lines that y'all felt like somebody was lying about this man. And I just was like, why would y'all believe that anybody would be lying about this man doing drugs? Like, what do y'all really be going through? Because it's given either you lying or you don't really have good discernment. I don't even know Andrew, and I know that if somebody said Andrew was doing some drugs and he had some drugs on him, that Andrew was doing some drugs and he had some drugs on him. The fuck? Now, if they pulled over fucking Barack Obama somewhere and said he had some meth on him, then I'd be up there like, now, wait a goddamn minute. But if you tell me you pulled over Poe Andrew that lost his election to the fascist, Poe Andrew that lost his whole, you know, girl, the man that want to be gay but he can't be, okay, because y'all homophobic. That man is trying to lull his deep-rooted pain, y'all. And now that it's turned into a long-term drug habit. You have got to be honest about where people are if you actually want them to be better. Lying about what this man got going on is not going to help him. And I told y'all that. I don't want to be right about it, but I just want people to stop stigmatizing shit and realize you can have empathy and feel bad for people, but also acknowledge where they are. He back behind bars because he skipped a scheduled random drug test. Then tested positive for meth at a court appearance. He was already out on release following a July 2nd arrest in Daphne, Alabama, where police found meth and marijuana in the car during a traffic stop. This marks his third brush with drug-related trouble since 2020. Y'all, I'm not giving them no ideas. I promise you they've already thought about that. But Barack Obama is a former president. He's not driving anywhere. Okay? That nigga's not going anywhere without a Secret Service agent. Ain't nobody arresting him for drug use. Ain't nobody pulling over the Obama motorcade. But I feel bad for him. And it damn sure don't make me want to judge him, but it make me want y'all to, stop being so fucking fraudulent, y'all. Stop that shit, man. You can't make nobody better like that. Ooh, child, I can't stand no Trump supporters talking about what does that have to do with Trump. Stop fucking talking to me, stupid bitch. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry. Just injustices really bother me. They always have. Shit that don't make no sense. Putting people through all unnecessary trauma. And to me, Andrew Gillum having a drug habit is directly correlated to homophobia to me. I'm sorry. Directly correlated to it. And honestly, you probably won't be able to tell me much different. But some people have such high aspirations for themselves that when y'all tell them being attracted to dick means they can't accomplish those things, it creates a terrible dichotomy inside one's spirit. It actually really does. Okay? I swear for God. It's such a, because the way people feel about you and the way people see you is very painful to contend with sometimes. Especially because I tell you all the time, y'all remember I told y'all that story about when I was in high school right after Katrina. And I was going through a very, very hard time. A very, very hard time. I wasn't eating. And I was losing a lot of weight. And I was in a distant, abusive relationship with somebody that I had been with since my 9th grade year of high school. And we had just lost everything. And I was just going through it. And I had made friends at the high school that I was going to. And when you made friends during that time, it felt like holding on to a piece of New Orleans because these were people from New Orleans. And so it felt like, when you found friends, it felt like some type of stabilizing force, especially for me, because I had lost everybody, right? Everybody. And I was already only at Easton. This was my technically at my 3rd year. I went to Easton 10th grade, 11th grade. This was the beginning of my senior year. I was about to start my 3rd year at Easton. I'm just now really starting to fit in with these people who I never really fit in with. Okay? Because everybody got their groups and their cliques and all of that. And I'm always solo dolo, even now that we're adults. You know what I'm saying? So, and it was like that when I was in high school. So I'm somebody that's always like a loner and on the outskirts. And so when we showed up at that fucking school at Zachary and a group of us from New Orleans clicked up and became friends and shit, it meant something, right? None of us are friends anymore, just to be clear. Well, I mean from the New Orleans clique that was at the school. And then my other homeboy, but that's still, I'll always love him. That's all. Ellis, it's always my nigga, no matter what. We don't have to talk. That will always be my nigga, okay? Because we was really like this. But outside of that, this man says to me one day, y'all, not him, not Ellis, another guy that we went to school with that I was really cool with, and I thought he was so nice. And y'all know niggas are not normally nice, right? If y'all know how niggas ain't shit, you know that niggas be mean, right? They say rude shit. Niggas do not be nice to girls a lot of the time. So when we was going through it like that and you find a little clique and y'all hanging out, and then one day this nigga says to me in class, B, I really, really hate the fact that you gonna go to hell one day. That's so fucked up because I think you a good person. But the fact that you gonna go to hell one day, because I was openly gay. And, that was they still act like that was the craziest shit for me to have been openly gay in high school. Girl, it shows how much, prestigious fortitude a bitch had. Because I don't give a fuck how you feel about me, bitch. I ain't about to not be myself for nobody. And I stand on that today. But it was heartbreaking. And things like that would happen repeatedly, or just feeling the disgust that certain girls would feel about me, or the automatic thinking that I would be attracted to them. Yuck. Or shit, sometimes the girls I did have crushes on and knowing that they were straight. And so not even wanting to be, you know, because you're not about to accuse me of a motherfucking thing, bitch. Stay away from me. I had already been accused of some shit that I didn't do. I had already been accused of some shit I didn't do. So I was just like, you know, it means that you stay away from people. That's what it means. You isolate. Because people are not safe. Ooh, it's my girl Medusa.
The first time there's something salacious, you act like the white man's plan. And you go and you put that nonsense up. This was an arrest. It was not a conviction. But you go and demonize the black man the same way that you would shit on a major white publication for doing. And the other thing I want to say to y'all is, it's a trip that you have all this smoking energy for Andrew. Some of the stuff made up, some of the posts made up. But I haven't heard y'all say anything about Nola Wills.
Angela Rye has
Girl, what did they report that you said was lies?
A really bad habit of infantilizing black men and treating them like they're kids. In this video, she is defending her friend Andrew Gillum, who is a Florida politician who was recently arrested for reckless driving with methamphetamines in his car. This is not the first time he done got caught up with these substances. The last time he got caught up, he had a male escort with him. And this is also a married man, okay? A supposed family man. She's over here wagging her finger at news outlets and gossip bloggers and saying that, you know, we're tearing the black man down, because, you know, that's what they always say. Whenever a black man gets held accountable for his actions, now y'all want to say that he's being torn down. Like, no, girl. Mind you, this is a politician. Okay, politicians are supposed to be held to a higher standard than the average citizen. Over here talking about how, you know, these news outlets should be ashamed of themselves and how they're not taking into consideration how this type of story could affect his kids. And it's like, no, the person who's not worried about his kids is Andrew. His high ass riding around higher than the Cooter Brown with methamphetamines in his car. And like I said,
not higher than Cooter Brown. Girl, I thought that was just some Louisiana people saying.
This is not the first time this happened. This is not the first time that she's done this, because she did the same thing with Charlamagne. There is a woman who accused Charlamagne of drugging and raping her when she was all of 15 years old, and Angela Rye defended him. Like, girl, she used this.
Listen, it reminds me of when that shit came out with Big Tigger. And, you know, black women putting up posts and DMing me and all of that shit. And I just remember thinking to myself, I don't understand how y'all don't, like, girl, are you serious? You don't know these niggas like that. If you're not with somebody all the time, you do not know these niggas. You don't know, y'all don't know the niggas that y'all be laying next to half the time, find out shit that you ain't know after 20 years. I had no idea. Yeah, bitch, niggas be lying. Niggas be lying. Why you fucking lying? Oh, no, no. Why you fucking lying? You're not doing people no favors with that type of shit. So, yeah, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. She gonna have, and I know that's her friend, girl. I know. But you gonna have to get it together. Okay? Florida says Cooter Brown, too. Yeah, I always, listen, the synchronicities between a Florida and a Louisiana child, I don't know what that's about, but listen, one of my cousins just moved back down to New Orleans, and he has this beautiful wife. She's from Florida. And it's so funny to me because I'm like, when you are a smart black kid that grows up amongst, for lack of a better term, a bunch of ignorant motherfuckers, if you a black boy, you got to find the right black woman to be with in order to, you know what I mean? Like my cousin could have went another way, is what I'm saying. When we was younger, it could have went another way. You know what I'm saying? But the way he, you know what I'm saying, was able to find somebody that matches him in such an amazing way. They're both extremely brilliant people, very, very smart people. And he always was, right? And, you know, it's so funny because I was like, only, you know, Florida and Louisiana people be getting each other in this way. In this way of like understanding a level of nigga shit. Specific type of water type nigga shit that goes on in Louisiana and Florida people. I don't know how to explain it. It's a vibe. It's a feeling. It's a vibe. I think it's just a Black Southern thing. I would say that if I had met more people from other states that have this specific type of raunch. And like even Mississippi, in like the Mississippi, Alabama people, y'all are more alike to me. Mississippi, Alabama people, Georgia people, y'all are kind of more alike to me. The way Louisiana and Florida get down is just, we're on the outskirts. I don't know how else to explain it. Okay. All my life, my mama said, Cooter Brown. Oh, thank you so much, Sierra Know-It-All. I mean, Graduated Thought. Graduated Thought, thank you for getting memberships for everybody again. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, y'all tell Graduated Thought, thank you. Hey, y'all. Okay, listen, I hope y'all don't, ain't taking no shade to this. I'm just saying it's something I've noticed because I interact with a lot of people from Florida. And it's just, it's interesting how we have this underlying thing that's kind of in common in a way that I just don't find it the exact same as I do, with us. Yes, of course we have similar things. So for instance, one thing that I feel like all Southern people have is scrunch face rap, right? And I think you can include Texas in this as well. Our music has to scrunch face. You have to like something stink, right? And Crit reminds me of this. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing we have in common. Like the way our music will translate amongst each other. That's the Southern thing. Like our love for, a old school and booming bass in a trunk. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if the rest of y'all really fuck with that, how we fuck with that. Grills and goals and shit. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Right? And I'm not giving up fried chicken. Go to hell. Go to hell. I'm not giving it up, girl. I'm not. I can't. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't give up fried chicken. I am literally I am from where I am from. If you think it is not a cultural thing to crave fried chicken fortnightly, okay? Two groups of people I don't argue with. Miami people and New Orleans people. Listen, we a little slicker. That's what it is. We're slicker. We are a little bit more city. I think, like, especially, not all of Louisiana, y'all. But like New Orleans and Miami, there's a level, you know what I'm saying? And Miami kind of, the same Black people, they will branch into like other areas of Florida, But you know what I'm saying? Everybody got their thing. We do cuss good, girl. We cuss good. We do. But I'm not giving up fried chicken, y'all. I can't do life. I can't do life, y'all. The way, and then not like all forms of fried chicken, y'all. Like fried chicken sandwiches. A good chicken tender, a piping hot chicken tender, bitch. Wings. Georgia understands our love of lemon pepper wings, which is, a Southern thing for me, but Atlanta really punches hard on that. Child, Atlanta has influenced us when it comes to snow crabs. Because now we got all these snow crab places, and I'm like, I ain't never knew nobody eat no motherfucking snow crabs in a bag the way some Georgia, Atlanta people eat. Florida probably. But when I think of snow crabs, I think of all you Atlanta motherfuckers, because it's like a whole bunch of snow crab restaurants and y'all landlocked. So that'd be interesting to me. I know you get it all, everybody getting their shit brought in now. But yeah, it's just real interesting seafood for a place that ain't got no goddamn sea near it, But hey. But yeah, nah, y'all, it's a deep love of chicken tenders. And when you find somewhere that know how to do a good chicken tender, not no old frozen shit. Don't you ever give me no frozen chicken tender, bitch. I need that shit to be fresh. And I can taste the motherfucking difference. Ooh, come on, brisket. Girl, I love some good brisket. Down here in New Orleans, there's a restaurant that I really love out here called Carlin's. Carlin's has a yakamine that they put shrimp and beef brisket in. Listen. And we just had, honestly, Carlin's is really killing it right now because Carlin's got some real good fucking lemon pepper wings. I had some real good chicken tenders from them. We do love they crab legs and shit and they crawfish when they in season, right? But let me tell y'all something. They really got me with the chicken tenders. Let me tell you why, y'all. Before we move on to this fucked up story. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm hungry. Talking about chicken. The reason why the chicken tender was good was because you could tell that it was cut chicken breast. The way it was fried, it was like a little bit thicker and a little flatter. And I was like, bitch, this a fresh chicken breast. Okay? And that's all. And it had a good, had a good little bit of something in there. Girl, I might be ordering me some chicken tenders today. Okay, because now I'm fucking hungry. I'm about to order me some crawl-ins soon. As matter of fact, let me start my order now. As we get into this fucked up ass story, y'all. But shout out to whoever the fuck, whatever black person created fried chicken. Shout out to whoever that was, because I'm telling you right now, I know it was somebody black. And I don't think my life would be as good without you, bitch. That's why, I be like, I don't know why y'all be going in on people, y'all be being fat phobic and all of that. Like, a lot of you hoes is fat as fuck. That's why I would call myself fat, because in my mind, it's about the liking to eat. You know what I'm saying? It's the liking to eat, not necessarily being big, okay? Because there's a lot of skinny hoes that eat like they fat. And fuck you and your fast metabolism and your genes that keep you thin while you over there judging other people that's eating probably the same shit as you eating. But because they metabolism slow, you won't think they lazy or something. Y'all work on my fucking nerves. All right, y'all. Dozens of police officers accused of misusing flock license plate cameras to stalk women in their personal lives. This is not shocking or surprising. We've been telling y'all for years the statistics on men in military and police and how abusive they tend to be. And then this current administration seems to really love inviting men with emotional and mental problems to become people holding weapons and guns and shit. Because if I see one more story about a motherfucking ICE agent, about a Secret Service member, I'm like, y'all fired the black lady that did the background checks on these people. Didn't you? That's what it is. The black lady that was responsible for government, background checks on people becoming Secret Service members and shit like that. They must have fired that black lady when they fired them 300,000 black people, women, from their jobs in government, bitch. That's what they did. Because that had to be one of the jobs. Because when I tell y'all, it was already bad, but there's an uptick of how many men have a history of stalking, violent offenses, being abusive towards girlfriends and kids and shit. And y'all just be like, let's put a badge on him. Give him a gun. Give him some authority. Yeah. He already has an ego problem. He already doesn't know how to emotionally regulate. Let's put him in a high stress situation with a gun and all of the righteousness that our country can allow a person. Kill him. It's okay. We'll get you off. That's what they said. So now there's an uptick. Then they be wanting to get rid of all of the initiatives put in place to keep track of these things so that we can try to create legislation that offsets for it. A new investigation has revealed that at least 50 police officers across the country have been charged or accused of misusing flock license plate reader cameras. In 26 of those cases, officers allegedly used the technology to track their wives, girlfriends, exes, or women they wanted to meet. Cases have surfaced in Georgia, Texas, Florida, Wisconsin, Kansas, and North Carolina, with some officers fired and others facing criminal charges, including stalking and unauthorized computer access. In one Milwaukee case, investigators said an officer used Flock to track his romantic partner 124 times and that person's ex 55 times. You would think all of the Lifetime movies would have taught us something. No, Carlins is not Black owned. It is Vietnamese owned. Okay. Flock says it is rolling out new filters and audit tools to catch misuse before it happens. But critics argue the network's reach has outpaced any real oversight, because there isn't any real oversight when it comes to these motherfuckers. It isn't. Some of the comments. My mom always told me to never have romantic involvement with a police officer. It's not many of them that's right, y'all. It's not. A cop seen me entering my home while they were doing a visit a few houses down. I leave and come back. Then an hour later, someone is knocking on my door. OFC, police. I open up. Buddy is spitting game on my porch after saying he looked up my plate to see which house it was. Even asked if I was going to let him in, and I'll be damned if I did. I have a daughter, and this strange cop doing shit like that. That is fucking crazy. Y'all, that's extremely, oh my God. Stalking is a form of domestic violence, yet domestic violence continues to be the most ignored form of violence in America, which is insane, because it doesn't even necessarily mean it has to be somebody you in a romantic relationship with. It just means it's somebody that's nearby you, that your friend, somebody that could be a family member. All of that is domestic. They definitely do it. I parked and went for a walk at the park, and one pulled up beside me, calling me by my last name, asking for my number. So you gonna force somebody to be with you because you a police officer? You think you have that type of authority over people? You niggas. Just in case you thought if a police officer pulled up next to you, you was fitting to be safe. Just be on your P's and motherfucking Q's, everybody. Now let's move on, because y'all, we have some things to discuss that was going down in the TikTok world. Okay, first of all, let's get into very demure creator Jools LeBron, who started a GoFundMe to get some dental work done, and y'all went to hell on her, and I don't understand why. Like, as a content creator, and somebody that is very well educated, everybody takes handouts. The richest people take handouts. The richest people take handouts from the government. The richest people take handouts from the fashion houses and all of that. They send them clothes for free, send them bags and shit for free. Everybody's getting handouts when it is, appropriate to get them, right? A content creator who does a job that doesn't come with any insurance, that doesn't come with a full 1K if they're not paying into it themselves, right? Like, it doesn't come with any of those things, but it's still a way for people to make money and live their lives in a way that's conducive to their mental health. Because the aspect of this that I feel like y'all forget is that working 9-to-5 jobs is mentally grueling, emotionally grueling. I did it for a long time, so I don't need anybody talking shit to me. I worked from the age of 12 every summer until I became an adult. I worked 2 jobs and went to college at the same time. And then eventually when I started doing a news station, I wasn't even doing that for a long time before I started doing this as well. And then this became a second job to the news station until I realized how miserable I was at the fucking news station. But because I had such a high tolerance for pain, it took a long time for me to figure that the fuck out. Okay? Guess what? Didn't matter how hard I worked. They still did not want to give me the respect I was due because I was a black woman. And I wasn't somebody that you could just push around. And so my job was hard every day. And it didn't matter how many times I showed up and kicked ass. It didn't matter. They still found ways. You know how long they kept me at part-time so that they wouldn't have to give me insurance? 5 years. For 5 years, them people kept me just short of the amount of hours I would have needed to become full-time. And they kept dangling it in front of me, giving people that came there after me full-time positions over me, even though I was already there. And if I had been taught to leave people that mistreat me, then maybe I would have left way sooner. But I stayed until I became a photographer. And then I started getting pneumonia every fucking winter because they like to have you out there in the weather no matter what. They want you to be outside in the fucking rain in freezing cold weather so that you can show everybody during the weather shot that it's raining outside, as if they can't look out their fucking window. I worked very hard. I know the feeling of wet socks. If you don't know the feeling of wet socks, you don't know hard work. Don't talk to me. If you don't know what it's like to go to a job when you have pneumonia and be laid out in between shots, if you don't know what it's like to hold a camera and almost get flown off a motherfucking balcony in the middle of a hurricane, I don't need nobody talking to me about no motherfucking 9 to 5s, okay? I worked 3 to 1, 5 to 2. I worked 6 to 11 at first when I was just part-time. And when they started giving me more hours, then I would start taking full-time people's positions when they weren't there. I was the go-to fill-in person. So when it comes to working these jobs, I don't feel like the jobs are that great in order for y'all to be telling people to go back to them. They're not that fucking great. So the idea that you tell a person that has created something for themselves online, that because they need more help in the moment, that they need to go and get a job, fuck y'all. Sorry. Jobs fucking suck. Not all of them, but most. And it's not because of the actual job. It's the culture of how we treat people that work under us, because hierarchical systems are harmful. They don't pay enough. They're always trying to overwork you and get as much out of you as possible. They play psychological mind games to make you feel like you're not working good enough so that you can always be anxious and trying to make sure that you're working harder so that they see you a good nigga.
Everyone's been issued a refund. I don't know. I don't have much else to say on this. Everyone's been issued a refund. I don't know. I don't have much else to say on this. I'm probably not going to want to talk about this situation on TikTok anymore. If you want to hear my thoughts on this, girl, you'll find me on Twitch. That's it. That's it. Like, I think the hive mind that's going on TikTok is doing nothing for no one. The fact that the situation's already remedied, I'm not saying don't talk about it. I'm a hot topic. But you know what I mean? Like, we're not getting anywhere now. So if that's where you want to go find me, there's a link in my bio. And we can have a conversation there.
I think I have to officially let TikTok go. I think that I'm fooling myself that this algorithm will ever favor me. I think I'm fooling myself if I ever think that I will make back the momentum that I had during Very Demure. And I think that I'm fooling myself if I think that being an influencer and chasing this dream is healthy for me in my mind. I'm clearly having some kind of mental break, and I'm clearly not in a good space, and I'm clearly not doing well. And I think that when I think about it more and more, it all just steps back to me trying to chase the same fame and recognition and momentum that Very Demure had, and I have to move. It's time.
My teeth are falling out of my head.
No, that is a very real feeling for content creators right now, and that is a result of our economy and that fuck-ass president that them people elected. The over-conservatism less money to go around. It's not as fun. It's very hard. TikTok never really paid that good. But if you was getting a lot of views, you might get you some good money at some point. There's no real method to the shit. Okay? That's why it's an influx of people coming over here to YouTube, because YouTube money is steady. Once you get in this, it's very much steady. Very much steady. Okay? It's still a scary situation, but it's a more steady paycheck, and it's more feasible for the work that you put in. Versus on TikTok, where you might make $50-something off of 1 million fucking views, which is insane. 1 million views on YouTube gonna get you at least a stack, depending on where you at in it. And they just made some new rules that makes it even harder for new content creators to come. And I'm not even gonna front on y'all. Good, because we're all getting money from the same pot. And the more people that come trying to get onto YouTube now, the less money goes into the goddamn pot. Okay, listen. And also, I be feeling like a lot of times the people that be trying to come over here, y'all was looking down on YouTube. Yeah, they are about to change it. And it's very weird. And nothing is secure, y'all. YouTube not secure. Your job not secure. Nothing is secure right now. Ain't shit secure. So this attitude towards people. Oh yeah. I think Dominique just showed a $58 check and might have had like 17 million views or some shit like that, and had like a $58 check from TikTok. And a lot of that has to do with the new owners of TikTok. Yeah. Yes, everything is up in the air, no matter what. This was the original video of Jools asking for help.
And I need your help. Listen, I'm very uncomfortable making this video because this is a video I thought I'd never have to make. About maybe like 4 or 5 months ago, I had a deal with a dentist, and he was going to completely take out all my teeth and give me a brand new set of teeth, because through addiction, my teeth are severely destroyed. And the deal ended up falling through. And for the past maybe 2 months, you guys know I've been on my own dental health journey. I've gotten, a few cavities filled. I had a root canal. And every time I go to the dentist, it's made clear to me, I'm fighting an uphill battle. Like, it's being made clear to me that no matter how much I do here, I'm gonna eventually have to take out all my teeth. And I've already spent $6,000 on this. My teeth are falling out of my head, and
y'all, dental insurance is very hard to get. It just is. I'm sorry, I can't. She told Tampon Hall she was making $45K a video, sometimes 80. Now, unless she was exaggerating, how in the world did she spend all of her money? I don't understand. How long ago was that? Demonetize their channel? Why? See, I cannot. It's so stressful. Bitch, it is so stressful. Y'all sign up for a bitch Patreon. Okay? Even with insurance. Yes. I just saw a financial content creator lose their high earning job. Now they all stressed out trying to figure out what content now. No, for real. It's like, I don't know why everybody is doing this thing where we're like judging each other for how we're handling this very fucked up ass labyrinth that these billionaires are making us live in. Sadistic fucks. Yeah, dental work is not cheap. Tampon Hall is so disrespectful. I don't even know. I thought it was a typo. It's expensive to be out there with no benefits. Plus, them taxes ain't no joke. And the way that the insurance system is set up, that you have to work one of these fuck ass jobs in order to get good insurance, is also bullshit. And, y'all stupid ass president wanted to remove everything that Barack Obama did, because Barack Obama getting things done meant that a black president would have come in and done more, and they did not want that to happen. So here we are. Racism is the reason why the world sucks. I know y'all don't want to believe that, but it does. Yeah, everybody needs some help sometimes. I don't know why. And it's like nigga be having millions of views. Niggas be watching free content, getting a life from your free ass content. Nigga ask for a donation. You could either give or you could not give. But the fuck is you mad about? Also, don't forget Jools purchased a multi-family property to house her family. The taxes, maintenance costs is on a different level compared to the average person. Also, I feel like, you know, when you making that type of money, you kind of plan to keep making that type of money or something close to it. And then something happens in our, you know, in our political environment, and then bam, you're not making nearly as much. Dental insurance is a scam. Child, just go to Turkey. I know numerous people who have went and have several procedures far cheaper, and sometimes they cover the flight. That's what's up. That's scary, but that's what's up. Other countries have way better health insurance. Thailand, Bali, all of them Southeast Asian countries have way better insurance. A lot of the European countries, I heard Germany has excellent health insurance in comparison to America. And please understand, the only reason that Americans don't have universal health care is because the racist white people that run this country don't want black people to get it. So yeah, that's basically the reason why, if y'all didn't know. Okay, it's stupid. Most first world countries have universal health care at this point. Not America, bitch, because it's a trailer park. Y'all want to make sure that black people don't have it. Y'all want to make sure that trans people don't have it. Y'all want to make sure that gay people don't have it. Y'all always want to make sure women don't have it. You always want to make sure somebody else doesn't have it, to the point that you would rather not have it for yourself because you want to make sure that the people you hate don't have it. I fucking hate it here. Let's get into the trans conversation. Guard your loins, everybody. I'm going to be inclusive. So first of all, men that like to play like this, I believe you really do want to probably start cross-dressing. You're acting like it's a joke, right? But you really want to cross-dress. Okay, so Royce White is continuing with his plans to enter the 2027 WNBA draft, this time debuting what he says is his first wig. The former NBA first-round pick shared a photo of himself wearing the wig, writing, "Tomorrow I tested on the court. This is my feminine era glow up. Did I say?" White also said anyone who doesn't Yas Queen him is transphobic, adding that he just wants to play some hoops with my fellow ladies. So this is supposed to be, I guess, to show how ridiculous it is for, they believe, for trans women to play in women's sports, right? The only issue with that is that hormones are tested for those things. Your testosterone and your estrogen levels and shit are tested in order to determine whether somebody could be trans and be in any specific sport. However, that's how it was happening before y'all's president came in and banned any trans people in any sport. Well, women's sports specifically. Okay? And so when that happened, that means no trans women are attempting to or trying to get into or playing any sports in this country. That you know what I mean? Like at a national level. Like no trans women are playing basketball at the WNBA. That's not happening, and neither is anybody arguing to have that happen right now. So why is this necessary? Because it is very important that y'all know who y'all need to hate, so that your rights can be taken away while you're worrying about trans women playing games. This was the first video.
Oh, earlier this week, I made the announcement. I'm transgender. I'm a woman. I identify as sometimes identifying as a woman for purposes of basketball, professional basketball. So I'll be declaring for the WNBA draft in 2027 as well. I mean, I think I'd be unstoppable, you know. But I'm a team first guy, you know. I'm a pass first kind of player. I do the little things, you know. I led my team in all 5 major stat categories at Iowa State University. So I do a little bit of everything. I'll do whatever the coach needs me to do. I'll do whatever the girls need me to do. I think the WNBA could come out and make a definitive statement about about guys with a pair of balls playing in the women's association, but
Why do they need to come out and say that if it's already banned? Royce White is probably broke and probably is receiving money from some conservative propaganda machine, I'm sure, because they spend a lot of money. The conservative propaganda people spend a lot of money with influencers, getting influencers to come up here and give y'all misinformation and get y'all all upset at trans people, at gay people. It's the same thing last week. Remember the little boy in a skirt? Everybody lost their fucking mind about that because the idea of a little boy in a skirt sends y'all into a whole fucking tizzy. It was AI. But it was an opportunity to express your transphobia, your homophobia, you know, and just all of your deep feelings about those things that, you know, really don't even fucking matter in the grand scheme of things. But the things that do matter, y'all don't have nearly as much energy for. The things that do matter, y'all don't have nearly as much energy for. Like, you don't care about how much money the women are being paid. They've been trying to fight to get paid equal, and this feels like a distraction from that conversation. Let's talk about something that's not happening so we don't have to talk about the inequities in pay.
you know, hey, that'd be probably too much like right. So, and I don't want to be discriminated against. No, I want fair treatment. I'm a young black, hopefully United States senator.
So yeah, so that happened, right? I was ignoring this situation, right? I was ignoring this situation, but it reignited the trans conversation on the TikTok. And then especially when somebody decided that they wanted to go and repost this clip from Drew, and I could have sworn I saved all them things for this show, and then they disappeared because TikTok is a whole hoe out here. Okay, TikTok's a whole hoe out here. Look at me just getting to 24.7. Interesting. Somebody done got 1 million plus views. Child, I guess. Suck a dick. Anyway,
that trans.
So this was Drew Afalo's. She is Drew Afalo. I'm probably saying her name wrong. I've seen her around before. She is a, an advocate. She is a cisgendered woman. This is a mass presenting lesbian. Okay, but all of these people have coochies, just to be clear, that are a part of this conversation. They're having a conversation. This was from a year ago. Somebody decided to clip this old interview. Well, actually, I think that she reposted it on her page, just reposting from the podcast on her page, because, they tell you to repost old stuff. And it turned into something that was clipped even smaller and then spread in order to get all of the women really upset. Because the women are always really upset when it comes to feeling like their womanhood is being threatened.
Women have a more beautiful understanding what womanhood is. That trans women have a more beautiful understanding what womanhood is. I agree. I think that unfortunately the programming for cis women it's kind of sad sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
And I'm like, actually, no, your womanhood is not your role. Your womanhood is not your status in society, and your womanhood is not your ability to be sexually assaulted. Yeah. And this trans debate that's like centering all on, well, like if a quote unquote man in a dress is in a bathroom, he will rape me. I'm like, okay, well, then it sounds like the problem that we have is that men are going to rape and women are fearing rape their whole lives. Right. And when you talk to trans women about their womanhood, they talk about it, like almost gets me choked up. They talk about it in such this like beautiful, expansive way. Yeah. Of like, it's this feeling I always had. Yeah. It's this truth I've always known. It's the most beautiful parts of me. It's my softest self. And I don't feel that from cis women right now because I think the propaganda is so strong. I agree. Yeah. And
I'm going to be okay. So I don't need to hear anybody else's opinion on that. I'm going to give mine. Okay. So when she says sexually assaulted, I think she explained it after, they explained it. But people aren't hearing it. When women are expressing the things that they feel like make them women. So for instance, when they have this conversation about why you're a woman and a trans woman is not a woman, the responses that they give a lot are, well, you grew up as a boy and you didn't grow up with the same fear of being assaulted like a little girl growing up does, right? And there is some truth to that because boys are not sexualized the way girls are. We are hypersexualized at a very young age. And even though predators will fuck with boys just as much as they fuck with girls, it is different with the way people are telling us to be aware of our bodies because of the way that we are hypersexualized at early ages, especially little black girls, right? So what you come to understand about what it means to be a girl and a woman is to be in fear that you will be sexually assaulted, because that is always something you are, you know, kind of being in fear of. And that's put on you when you're being raised to make sure that you're covering this and making sure this is not shown. And that puts it on the girl child to be shamed about her body because of the way nasty ass grown adult people and even sometimes kids are sexualizing their bodies. And that's not happening to boys in the same manner. So when you tell a trans woman why you feel she's not a woman in the way that you're a woman because of this, you're assigning your womanhood to a very sad part of womanhood that is tied to our ability to get sexually assaulted. I hope that makes sense for y'all. Okay? It's not saying that that's, she says, you're not just that. You're not just this. She's saying you're not that. So I don't know why people are perceiving it like she's saying, you know, all you are as a woman is your ability. She's saying you're not. That's not what all you are as a woman. And what I feel like really, really, you know, in my mind when I heard it, what I thought about was how as a girl and as a woman, you're kind of being taught to turn down your girlness and your beauty and all of that to protect yourself from the harms that will come, right? Also, you're made to feel like you're manipulative if you're liking being attractive or girly and all of that. That may not be everybody's experience, obviously, but like I do feel like the hold of girls and women are constantly being made aware of how we can make men stumble. Like that's very, very prevalent in religion, right? Just listening to women talk about how they don't want to wear a certain thing because they don't want to make a man stumble. They want to be their brother's keeper and not be attractive in a certain capacity so that man doesn't sexualize them. Puts the responsibility on the girls, puts the responsibility on the women, right? So because of that, we tend to argue that our womanhood is more valid because of these things, because you actually have a womb, because you have an experience as a girl growing into womanhood. When somebody says they feel like trans women have a more beautiful understanding of womanhood, what I felt as a person that is not hypersensitive about anybody else's idea of womanhood, because I know what it is to be a woman because I am one, so I'm not threatened. So it did not make me upset, first of all. But what it made me think about was how trans women have to almost create the woman that they want to become. Almost like an artist, right? Like that's why there, a lot of trans women and the femboys are really good at hair and makeup, because their ability to be especially interested in those things to create the picture of femininity that they want to embody, versus when you are born a girl and, growing up in womanhood, you are not even allowed to fully love those things about yourself out of protection for yourself. For femboys and trans girls, I almost feel like because of how they are male and how people perceive them, there is a time when they are secretive about crafting the womanhood. And it's something that they really feel is beautiful and want to embody, and they're able to craft that and then step into that image, versus how we have to grow in our image of womanhood, and we didn't have all of these other things attached to us that weighs down how we feel about what it means to be a woman. You see what I'm saying? I hope that makes sense for everybody. But what I really want to get across more than anything is if you think the subjugation, the outlawing of trans women is going to help you, it is not. Sadly, it simply is not. And I want us just to all think about the type of world we want to live in. And I know a lot of y'all are really nasty, but I don't want to live in a world. I don't want to live in a world where because you feel a certain way, other people are being tormented because you feel a certain way about something that really doesn't have anything to do with you. But somebody somewhere is now being tormented because you're really uncomfortable about the idea of something that you've never had to experience or actually be around. Because trans people make up less than 1% of our population. And the fact that this is a topic of conversation that will send everybody into a fucking tizzy every time the conservative propaganda is working on you. And I would really love to remind everybody that as Black people specifically, I love to take it back to us because y'all are me and I am y'all. And y'all know that we have never been able to sit in these definitions of manhood or womanhood freely. Because white people have always had the cornerstone of what a woman is, of what a man is. Y'all don't like niggas right now because they always trying to compare a Black woman to a white woman and act as if a Black woman is less of a woman because she's not as docile as a white woman, which is some bullshit. But that's what they will tell you. That is no different, you guys. It is really no different than how trans women are experiencing their identity. Now, me at this point, with all of the books I've read and, you know, my education on the matter, I now understand that how we perform gender is not real, meaning that it is exclusive to us. And if we are freely as people allowed to just grow into however we want to grow into when it comes to how we express ourselves, it would be a better world if everybody wasn't trying to rigidly place everybody into these certain boxes. If y'all didn't police men because they wanted to wear certain clothes, if y'all didn't police women because they wanted to wear certain clothes, y'all assign dehumanization to people based on how they express themselves. And I believe that that in essence is fascist. I believe it is evil. And I believe that it's only to your own detriment. It's only to your own detriment. We as Black people, Black men haven't been able to fully be Black men because they've been oppressed by white men, disempowered by white men. Black women have never been able to fully hold the space of womanhood because we were enslaved and then we were working. And what it meant to be a woman was to be at home, sitting down, letting a nigga take care of you. And now that y'all have convinced yourselves that that is a real form of womanhood, y'all are signing up for your own subjugation, locking yourself in a fucking house with a crazy nigga that's gonna kill you and your kids.
I was just talking to a woman and she asked me about trans inclusion in sports, why everybody's freaking out about it. And I explained why, and she was like, you have to tell everybody. Genuinely thought I had, but I will explain it again just in case. The far right wants to dismantle anti-discrimination laws in this country, and they are using trans people to do it. The first step in this was to get the broad public to start repeating messages that women are inferior to men. They have done this through a very clever slogan that women are weaker than men. It's very clever because weak can mean many things. But anti-discrimination laws actually protect us from being victims of sex stereotyping as well. And so getting everybody to repeat a sex stereotype as fact, that women are inferior to men inherently and naturally. That's the message we take in. Getting women to repeat that, women who are in sports to repeat that, it is the best thing that the far right have ever accomplished, right? So first you get the false message that women are inferior to men to permeate into the culture. Once you have that, you get this. The Heritage Foundation, who are the architects of Project 2025, they are behind the multi-billion-dollar campaign to create hysteria around trans people existing. They put out a paper last month that said Title IX is a failed experiment. Now, Title IX is not a sports law. Title IX is an anti-discrimination law that protects people from being discriminated against on the basis of sex in education, all of education. One of the beautiful outcomes of Title IX is, of course, girls and women's sports. But this is about anti-discrimination laws in education. And the Heritage Foundation, playing off of women are inferior to men, Now they say, well, because women are inferior to men, any laws that treat men and women equally are bad. It's a failed experiment.
And this is why they got rid of DEI. It's the exact same thing. If you get rid of discrimination laws, right, with this concept that there is no real discrimination when you know there's real fucking discrimination because there are statistics on it, right? But you fire the people that do the statistics so that you can act like it's not happening. This is how you disempower people that don't have equity. Equality and equity are not the same thing, okay? Equality means that everybody gets it, right? So for instance, equality should mean everybody gets an education, right? Equity would mean that you recognize that in some places people are getting lesser educations. And so you put things in place in order for those people to get a better form of education so that they're more equal to the other people. That's equity. That's taking into account how people have been disenfranchised or harmed by a system. When you ignore how people have been harmed by a system, that means that you can further ignore their rights. You can take apart the laws that protect them, because if you're in control of the judges and the police officers and the colleges, like if you're in charge of these things, then you can keep everybody else out because there's no discrimination laws. There's nothing holding you accountable. And I've been saying that when we talked about the DEI situation, having other Black people talk to me about how racism isn't real and we don't need DEI and it should be all off of our merit. You're a fucking idiot, ignoring the nuance of the experience of people that have been enslaved and disenfranchised for hundreds of years. It's not going to be equal when the white people made their billions off of the bodies of our ancestors and still we're at the bottom. That's not equity. That's not equity.
Engineering equality where there is none. That is their argument in this paper.
Oh, and please understand, anything that they do to Black people, all of y'all that understand concepts of racism, it is exactly what they're going to do to women. That's why it's so important that Black women specifically, if you care about your own shit, you should care about LGBTQ shit. You really, really should. I know everybody likes to act like you're going to be able to be like, no, I only care about my own. Girl, no. Them people told you a long fucking time ago. If one group of people don't have rights, nobody really has rights. Look around. The white people think that they doing better than us, but they still don't have health care. They still living in poverty. They still dealing with lack of education.
That women are inferior to men, and therefore any laws that force women and men to be treated equally under the law are bad, and we shouldn't have them. That is what they're doing. That is the whole point. With anti-discrimination laws, either nobody gets discriminated against or everybody can be discriminated against. There is no exceptions to anti-discrimination laws, and that is what Title IX is. And they are trying to use trans people to get the public to buy into supporting exceptions to anti-discrimination laws, because once you have exceptions, you don't have an anti-discrimination law anymore. I'm not trying to convince people. This is what they are saying. This is on their website. This
I'm not making this shit up.
Secret document. Okay, they published this themselves on their own website last.
This was also in that Project 2025 shit. The evangelical, y'all watch documentaries on HBO, bitch. Y'all know about the evangelicals and how they are sleeper cell agents that were homeschooling their children for the past 30 years to keep them away from other types of people so that they would never have empathy for those people, so that they can place them in these places of power and push forth this white dominance, male, misogynistic, patriarchal agenda that they got going on, girl. Meanwhile, the men are not doing well under that neither. The men aren't doing well under the patriarchy either. These niggas hate themselves. Most of these niggas hate themselves, even the white ones.
Month, that Title IX The law that protects people from discrimination on the basis of sex in all of education is a failed experiment. And once you get people on board for saying, well, we shouldn't have equal treatment under the law in education, you get this. No equal treatment under the law in employment. In July, 100% of the labor force decline was women. And this is not a mistake. It is not a mistake that 2 years after Project 2025 is being implemented, you have 100% of the labor force decline in 1 month be women. Okay, this is on purpose. And it is all getting up to, if women are so inferior to men and we shouldn't have equal rights, then maybe we shouldn't have the right to vote. This is the highest echelons of our government that want to repeal the 19th Amendment. These are all, it's the same thing.
Now think about what's going on in Afghanistan right now and how they just took all of those women's rights away. Them women can't even leave their fucking house without a male chaperone. Do you know how exhausting it is to never be able to get away from a fucking man? When I tell y'all, I don't have to experience things in order to be able to understand it and feel it in my fucking body. I do not want that for us. I don't want that for them people. And I don't care what country you're in. Everybody likes to think, oh, that's their culture. Stop being a fucking idiot. Oppression is not a culture.
And so I know that people, when they talk about trans inclusion in sports, which, by the way, has been the norm in Minnesota for more than 30 years. For more than 30 years. I was 7 years old when trans inclusion in every facet of public life became the law in Minnesota. And it has been that way for 30 years. We have the highest participation rate in girls' sports in the entire country, and we've had that for like almost 20 years. Okay? That it's been the norm. The reason why all of a sudden you're hearing a lot about it is because they are trying to get people to buy into dismantling anti-discrimination protections so that we no longer are protected and treated equally under the law. That I need folks to understand that we either have anti-discrimination laws, we either have protections for being discriminated against, everyone does, or nobody does. The only thing you need to know, we've had it for 30 years in Minnesota. We have the highest participation rates in girls' sports. The world has not fallen. And that every time a far right talks about trans inclusion in sports, they are doing it to build public support for getting rid of our anti-discrimination laws. That is the purpose. That is the primary goal at this point. And if you are feeding into that, you're helping them. Don't. Also, trans people are awesome. Don't be haters.
Okay. Oppression is a system of power relations based on inequality. Yes. And it matters, everybody. It fucking matters. All right. Let's move on. Let me go and get Jasmine versus the 20 Christians because we about to get into that. Oh, wait, before we do. Y'all, when I tell y'all I was crying, I'm going to have to find another funny video for the Friday show, but... And inside some autographs, the Varnell man can jump boing boing. The Varnell man came. Yes, God. Minnesota has been right. They had sense enough not to vote for Reagan. I heard real good things about Minnesota as far as they lost. I don't know what's going on. It's another video for that nigga Usher, the one where he's supposed to, he don't open the door for the lady open the door for herself, then he hold the door and then wait for another nigga to come open the door. Yeah. I told y'all that he was a bitch. Y'all don't be listening to me. And when I say bitch, I mean it's a nigga that's gonna treat somebody like shit. It's, a nigga that, because why did that lady ever have to open that fucking door for herself? Why did that lady have to open it? Because you Usher? So that means you don't open the door for a fucking lady because you Usher? I don't like that. I like niggas that got manners no matter how famous they are. Why you niggas feel like you ain't gotta have no manners? Before that. Now I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. We gonna look through some clips. I did not. James Brown laughing down to the afterlife. No, for real, because he ain't lift up enough. James Brown used to really lift up off the ground when he was first. That's another thing. I was just saying how I feel like I'm getting Usher is mean. That's what I think. And I've been feeling that way since the fucking 90s. But whatever. The nigga make good music. So, James Brown. Y'all. James Brown was another abusive ain't shit ass nigga, but I swear to God. I need for black people not to forget how amazing of an artist James Brown was. When I was growing up, James Brown was the king of soul, and he was better than everybody. He's the one that influenced all of your greats. And it wasn't until like I really went and looked at, like really got older, started because my cousin loves James Brown, so we used to always listen to James Brown songs. But it wasn't until I've gotten older. There are only certain niggas that make music that you turn on when you really want to feel, you know what I'm saying, like. You know what I'm saying? Like, James Brown, when you really want to feel like you that nigga or you that bitch, you put on a James Brown song. Do you hit me? The Payback? Hey, I'm mad. Get down with my girlfriend. That ain't right. Nigga sang with so much emotion for no reason. It's hilarious. And simultaneously, he sings really, really great. And you know he sang really, really great because James Brown's ability to hit extremely high notes. I don't know if y'all have ever listened to it, but the screams that people, Bobby Brown and all of them stole that shit from James Brown. That's another higher than Cooter Brown nigga. Okay, I'm going to look it up. But I was just like, girl, let me get the Usher thing first, and then we're going to go to the Christians. Hold up. Hold up. But y'all, like, oh my God. So one of my favorite James Brown songs is The Boss. I love that song, bro. Paid the cost to be the boss. Paid the cost to be the boss. Look at me. Know what you see. See a bad mother. Listen, I love it. I love it. I need the people not to forget because the people are forgetting. Don't forget, people. Okay? Don't let that old crazy abusive nigga go too far in your, listen. Okay? Listen. When it come to music and performance, try me. Listen, don't do it. All right, so this bitch ass nigga. So first of all, why did she even have to open her own door? And then he's standing there holding the door and yells for this man that looks older than him to hold the door so he could walk through the door with his chesticles out. Act like you was holding the door, nigga. You wasn't holding the door. That door look heavy. That door look heavy, y'all. That lady shouldn't even touch that door. Look, why would she even touch the girl? Y'all got to learn to stop touching doors around these men. Let these men open doors. Until we get out of a patriarchal system, there are some things these niggas should be doing just because this is fucked up. It's fucked up, y'all. They not trying to do this to the men's, girl. We just finished talking about how they trying to get you out the workplace. They don't want you to vote, bitch. They want you to be in Afghanistan, being quiet and mute. Can't wear no perfume. Better let these niggas open doors, pull out chairs, walk on the outside. Listen, I will not be in this system and not leaving with something. That door look heavy as hell. Now he look curvy. Girl, good night. Let's go back to Jasmine. I feel like I told y'all that man wasn't shit. And it just took y'all a minute to get there. Because when I tell y'all, I used to be arguing with people down. Because I just always felt like Usher was an ain't shit ass nigga. And now I recognize that the people that really liked him, they ain't shit. Let me not say that. Because I'm thinking about somebody specific. But then I also thought about Niecy. And I'm like, yeah, no, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. But yeah, no, that nigga ain't shit.
The Bible was written over a span of 1,500 years. So even if it is 2,000 years over a span, sure.
Hold up.
Before that, the Bible was written over a span.
So this is Jasmine, a spiritualist, okay? They called her a new ager. It was weird. I don't want to watch the whole thing, y'all. I don't, because I don't have the temperament for the angsty, anxious DL energy of church women. They're triggering to me. I would prefer for them to go on ahead and be away from me and go into their dog houses and sit with their Bibles and you know, find their way to glory.
1,500 years. So even if it is 2,000 years
Over
old,
a span, sure.
right.
But it's much older than 1,500 years.
Right, but when a story starts being written, especially a story that is accounting for things, it's best if written when those things happen for the most accurate form of relaying whatever that is.
So then most of history can be discounted. Alexander the Great,
But
all of the
most
things
of
we know about
history
him are
is-
hundreds, thousands of years
Most of
after he
history is
existed.
still them trying to understand. Only Christians, for the most part, have this Bible in which they're like, no, this is absolute truth. History, if you have artifacts that you find, they may see, okay, we have this, but they
True.
may not be able to determine everything about that society.
And also, we're also like the ability for people to take in new information, right? Y'all don't take in new information, Christians, because we keep trying to tell y'all that line in there about the gay people is not right and not what that actually meant. But y'all don't want to believe us. So, and another thing is that, like, I'm sorry, but Christianity in itself was a barbaric religion where they went around and burned the books, the towns, the people, like the witch trials and all of that. Like, and I'm not the ones that happen here in America, the ones that happened in Europe and shit, and globally. That was them going around destroying other people's history so that they can act like theirs was the first one. And then what's so odd is that this is his story. It's through colonialism. Like, the only reason you feel like this is because some white person forced this on, you know, your ancestors, and you like fighting hard as fuck. You fighting hard as fuck for it, girl. And I just don't understand, because I feel like once you recognize that you can have God, humans need something outside or, you know, bigger than themselves, right, to be connected to. Things have to have a greater meaning for humans. That's how our brains work. Okay? And I feel like you need to find a way to find, and that's why people call themselves spirituals, or they be in spirituality, because it is the need to be connected to a greater, but not at one's own oppression and subjugation, because there is no ascension in that. Y'all can act like you're going to ascend in that, but you would really have to take apart that religion in order to ascend using its dogma. I'm just saying. It's very regressive, girl. The stuff that be going on, when you really start to break it apart and read some of that shit, I mean, I don't know how y'all don't come to the conclusion that this nigga's ill. What are we doing? Girl, a pillar assault because she looked back? And y'all was telling that to me as a child, like that made sense. Now that I'm grown, I'm like, that shit still don't make no motherfucking sense. That don't fit the crime.
And that may not be the goal, to know everything and determine everything. It's just, hey, we have this one piece that represents this. Christianity and the Bible that goes with it is just one representation of a society and a culture. It was not the totality of things.
Before that,
the
when
Bible
it was
written
oral
over
language.
Spanish.
Okay. Because when you talk to Christians and, you know, they find out you don't believe what they believe, they think you don't know what you're talking about, as if you were never a Christian child.
Okay, so I'm going to do this really quickly, talk fast. So you mentioned not giving God a pass for slavery. I'm black too. I don't think slavery was right at all. And you said giving God a pass. But do you think God is giving those men and the ideologies in the system
Waiting till they get to heaven or waiting to get to hell? Yes, I think that's giving
He's
them a
storing
pass.
up wrath for the day of judgment. So
I think
it
it's
would be
giving them a
better
pass.
for God to wait. I don't think it's giving God a pass, but we could disagree on that. I don't think that's God giving the enslavers a pass at all, because God is
like the energy. Jasmine's very calm. They're very like, oh my God. It's like, oh my God, calm down. It's okay. It's okay. Take a breath. We're going to edit it. Calm down.
He's merciful and he's just, right? God is going to avenge us, right? So it's in a Christian perspective, it's better that we wait, that God wait, and it would be more
It
wrath.
would have been better
If you
had
wanna-
God never provided the colonizers. It would have been better had God never provided the enslavers. It would have been better had God never provided or created Satan to sin, and then all of us had to sin.
Those
It would have just been
enslavers
better
have-
from a non-believer standpoint.
Okay, but a white person might not feel that way.
Well,
Just
of
giving,
course they wouldn't.
Just giving contextual advice for you to.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Say it's better that the colonizers would not be so that like a white person would not feel that way. And I'm not a white apologist, so
No, I understand.
No, but what is your point that a white person wouldn't agree to that? What is the point of that? And who fucking cares? And being white and being a colonizer is not synonymous. I'd like to be clear about that. Like historically, every white person isn't a colonizer, but they do live in full advantage of the colonizers' works. A lot of these niggas was poor. A lot of these niggas was in a jail and came to America to make America as an act of being in prison, being kicked out of their original countries and shit. Just to be clear, like how some of these white people got here.
give you that
I
much.
know. They wouldn't feel that way, of course.
But also, okay, so I'm gonna do this really quickly, talk fast.
Okay.
So you mentioned
We're just going through. We're just going through. Hold up.
And God is an eternal. She was another. Hey guys.
Oh, girl,
so
we
if
don't.
he's an eternal and living God, it doesn't matter who picked up a pen and wrote on a scroll because God is forever and everlasting.
And
Yeah,
you
she
can't
was
tell a
crazy.
story 40,000 years later and think that that story is going to be what it was when that person was not present for the story. We cannot say that. You were not there for when Jesus died on the cross, so we don't know exactly who was crying besides who was stated to have been crying. Other people may have been crying. We don't know exactly who was in the crowd spitting on him, blah-de-blah, by name. But what I'm saying is, it matters who was there present to write the story, because that's what we consider in modern times still to be the most relevant account of something. If you were not there for something that happened to me, you cannot tell me about something that happened to me because you were not there.
Correct. So if he's an
Great point. Great point.
Let's talk about this one versus
Hold up.
Jasmine.
No. So
I'm about to, y'all. It's okay. It's fine. I'm about to. I thought I would be able to get one of those pages that just post the clips in succession, but I see, was it Jubilee? Did Jubilee do it, y'all? Was it a Jubilee? Girl. Y'all one new ager. Suck a dick. Suck a dick, 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 suck a dick, 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 dick. I'm sorry, y'all. Like, it's just, it is what it is. And the thing is, like, you know, you want people to believe whatever they want to believe, right? But the way Christians won't allow you to believe what you want to believe, girl, it's just so like, what? What do you want from me? Like why I gotta feel how you feel? Why I gotta feel how you feel, ho?
Medical journal from Nelson Mandela University, and they were talking about the world. Satan has allowed so many things
that are associated with for
Let's just
certain
watch a little.
things.
Let's watch a little, and then
I'm
I'll
not
get out
taking
of
away
here.
from that.
So I guess more so the question I have is, with Aaron's breastplate and with the New Jerusalem, the foundation of the New Jerusalem, what would you like? What would happen, or like what would, I guess I'm a little confused on how you are taking the crystals from the scripture and like kind of just saying that they are able to do, said things.
Well, the crystals are placed in the scripture. They are named in specific. Like he chose 12 of them. And to have the specific names of the crystals, I think if God just wanted it to be just stones, he would have just left it at stones. He wouldn't have named stones, then told us what the stones are. So based off the historical and when I say historical, I just mean those that have been working with crystals for a long time, the properties that are associated with them. I just think that maybe there is a connection between the specific crystals. Again, like lapis lazuli, I'll go back to that one. Not only does it represent strength, it's very good for wealth, very good for money. So maybe the merchants, I don't know which tribe had lapis lazuli, but I don't know why God chose to give that tribe. I don't know what the tribes of Israel, those 12 tribes, meant to God, who they were in specific by name, because if I knew them by name and their specific traits of the tribe, then I would be like, oh, well, let's look up the crystal and see if there's a correlation between the two. But again, I'm not saying because these crystals are in the Bible that's why they have healing properties. I'm just saying there's not a reason to demonize them because God created crystals. So anything of God's creation cannot be
I definitely get what you're saying. This last thing. So one thing,
right? Because everybody thinks that crystals. You think whenever people say they use these things, like, y'all worship crystals, y'all worship this. It's like y'all are the only ones that thinks the only relationship you can have with spirit is one of worship. And I feel like that's tied to that whole slavery thing. Because I feel like you don't see the degradation in the way you go about it, and it shows up in the way you handle yourself with other people and the way you see yourself, is the idea that your relationship with spirit should always be in a worshiping space. That sounds like you're supposed to be a slave and be happy about it. That's what that sounds like to me a lot of times when I think about how worship is spoken about in, church and in the Bible and in that area.
I've had my own whole experience of coming to the Lord, but one thing that I do know is 2 Corinthians 11:14 says, even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. And I do believe that in the world, Satan has allowed so many things to confuse us as humanity.
Absolutely.
So I can't really subscribe to crystals just being or having this property to be able to, heal people. That's all.
Yeah. So I wanted to say to that point, you spoke about.
I'm just not going to believe that, because even though God put it in the Bible and that's where I'm getting my shit from, like, I just can't believe that, because there are bad things. There are bad things. What if these crystals are bad things? Like, a lot of y'all are like paranoid. That's what it gives. It gives you live in a constant state of fear. And I know you do. I know you do. I know you do. And if that's where you want to be at, that's cool. But like, get off me, bitch. Y'all be like people in the water that's, drowning, and somebody go in to save them, and then they grab onto the person and pull them boat down to drown. That's how Christians be acting sometimes. Not all of y'all. Calm down.
About how, God created crystals. And so, it's something that he did. And the Bible talks about a couple of things about how he uses the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And in that, there are things that God created that he placed for us to admire, to see, and to look at, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has a specific power. You talked about.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? And what does it matter? The fact that this is even something to argue is ridiculous, because it's like y'all are trying to convince her that crystals don't work. And she's like, well, you can't really say that because it's in your Bible. And then they're like, yeah, but no. Okay.
About how these particular crystals and stones and things are referenced in the Bible, but it was not put in scripture as a form of protection or it's going to do something. It has a power. It's a symbol that God is showing for you to look at, to admire, or whatever God is trying to connect with these stories for you to see and different things like that. So I guess what I'm saying is, where do you believe in scripture that it points to this thing has the power and not God? Because God will also call us to utilize things, see things, and from that, the power can be used, but we're giving it to him.
The same way there would be
him, the glory first. That's another thing. I'm sorry. Can I have an honest conversation with y'all? This is something I usually would not say amongst everybody, mixed company, okay? Because y'all are some very judgmental motherfuckers, okay? But the way y'all think that God makes y'all get up in the morning, right? The way y'all think that God is the one that pulled you through. A lot of times I feel like it's just a way to take your own power away from you. The way it ends up playing out is people feeling like everything is happening to them. God is doing things for them, but it's not actually them. And it makes me feel like if you don't understand your own strength and how you're accomplishing these things in your life, it makes me feel like then you don't really recognize your own strengths. You don't really give credence to them, and you look for ways to be weak. That's what that feels like to me. I could be wrong, but yeah. It is something that always irks me on the inside when people, giving all, glory and honor to God, for what I went through, I wouldn't have been able to. And I always sing that song, Never Would Have Made It, and all of that. Y'all know that's my shit. I get the reverence, right? But essentially, girl, I picked myself up off the floor. I kept my head where I needed to keep my head at. I got up and washed my ass. I got up and came up here and went to work. You know what I'm saying? And that's not to say that there's not a matter of blessing right? And appreciation that one should have for that. But the way people disempower themselves so that they can give all of their power over to a male god, girl, when I actually step back and think about it, I'm like, girl, what is this? Like, is this a Disney movie or something? Like, what is this? I don't know, girl. But I feel like as a human being, what I found is that empowering yourself in ways that actually protect you is by understanding your own strength, your own powers, your own accountability in things, and understanding that you have more power than you give yourself credit for. A lot of people have like an external locus of control where they, everything's happening to them. They're always a victim in something. You know what I mean? And I do think that that is in some ways directly correlated to your religion teaching you that anything good that happens to you is because God saw for it, not because you actually put in any effort. Even though it says faith without works is dead, yeah. But the way people are metabolizing and the way people throw church land, that's really church people for real. Church people are the ones that, everything is, oh, God, God, God. But when people have conversations about, we'll be having conversations about why a religion should not be a factor in policy. That will then turn into my God is the God, the best God, and everybody should be worshiping my God. Your God isn't real for everybody. Yes, it is. Okay, how? I had this personal experience where I went through a hard time and God got me through. Did God get you through that? Or did you decide that you were going to keep going and living your life and not dying in that moment? And so when you decided to continue to get up and do whatever it is you needed to do, life continued to happen because life was going to always continue to happen. If you want to put that in framework of faith helping you do that, yes. But you have to be very specific about the way you think about that, because I do think on some level it is disempowering.
The mother of the church that has the ability to lay hands, our mother of the church, Medea, she had the ability to lay hands. So that's God moving through someone. I didn't and don't believe that the crystals by themselves have power. No. I believe the wielder, the person holding the intention behind the person using the crystal, is what influences power, your intention. And so the symbolism in the Bible, because again, I've heard y'all mention symbolism 3 times now. What is the reason God used that symbolism? What does the symbolism depict then? That's my question.
Yeah, right.
But what do those 12 tribes of Israel represent?
I would say that I would say that crystals in all of God's creation emulate his glory. So they're pictures of his glory. I think that it's more so not a matter of whether or not the crystal has power. I would ask whether or not it's spiritually safe that crystal has power. Because like you said in the first prompt, you believe that there's a pantheon of gods, right? Gods were created by us. And because of that, there are gods that are not fully benevolent creatures, right? So for instance, the Egyptian god Hathor, Sekhmet, associated with turquoise, she was on a commission to kill all of mankind, and Ra had to step in because she became infatuated with the bloodshed.
Bloodlust.
Yes,
Yeah.
and
I love that story.
He had to give her a fake blood to satiate that
He
desire.
flooded the river with wine.
Right. And so if people are not in the right intention or not channeling the power of the crystal or if there's a negative deity, I won't say negative deity, but a deity that has negative attributes, not fully benevolent, associated with the crystal, then how can you say that it's a spiritually safe practice or that it's an always healing practice to engage with the crystal?
I think it being associated with other pantheons is just the way other people have associated it. Just because somebody, like the Bible, for example, all pastors are not good pastors. So all pastors do not come and preach and read that word of God with the same intention. I know pastors that have stood up in the pulpit to be able to take from their congregation. And then I know the ones, he did my wedding, Pastor Christian A. Smith. That is a genuine man. He loves God and he also loves his congregation. So I know when he gets up there to preach, it is to be able to help people work through whatever it is. So when I think about the crystals, and I really want to hear from you, Jasmine.
And listen, I'm a firm believer that if you are a person that can actually put forth the behaviors that Christ fashioned, being giving, being a good person, you know what I'm saying? Treating people with love and respect, empathy. That's what I felt like Jesus was trying to tell us. Okay. And I felt like if I depicted those behaviors, I didn't need to hold on to any of this other shit that y'all are using to make me feel bad about myself. Okay. Yeah, you know what I mean? I feel like what's most important is that you recognize the characteristics, the Bible stories, all of these stories should be telling you allegory on choices in life and how to make better choices and how not to be harmful to yourself and to other people. That should always be the goal, about how to experience this life beautifully, doing the least harm to yourself and to other people. That's the goal. I don't understand what anybody else is here for, but then I recognize how many people understand the other side of what it means to somehow be able to feel good from hurting other people. And that happens when people hurt you, right? That's as far as back as I can go with it, bitch, because I don't know. I don't know why people do the things that they do and why it's so hard to be collaborative and respectful and give people the autonomy to make choices for themselves. I don't know why that's so hard. I don't know why that's so difficult.
I'm going to stop talking so you can talk, actually.
So I was just trying to figure out exactly what you do believe, because I know you already vocalized that you don't believe that the crystals have power.
Not scientifically, no.
Not
Right.
scientifically. So you believe that spiritually they have power?
I believe spiritually you can wield power through them. Yes, I think you could wield power through anything, but yeah.
Okay, because I know what I was thinking about was the study that they did where they found out that crystals, people who were given genuine crystals versus people who were given placebos, it was done in 1999 and also in 2001 by Christopher French, and they found that there was no difference.
Right.
And
that right there, and this is the lesson of that. The lesson of the difference. There was no difference between a placebo and the real gem. It's because it's about what it makes you focus your energy on. That's why it's not just powerful within itself, but powerful when you put your intention behind it. But that's with anything. But when you are hyper focused on the intention when it comes to what you're doing, it makes you really think about why you do things. And when you actually inspect why you do the things you do, I feel like you make better decisions versus people that don't like to be introspective, don't like to question why. They don't ask why. They just do what they're told. They live lives that people have told them that they're supposed to live. And when they feel unhappy, they don't know why. It's because somebody told you the life you were supposed to live, and it gave you no room to figure that out for yourself. And your soul is here to do what it's supposed to do. All of this other shit, I feel like a lot of times gets in the way of what your soul is really supposed to be here to do. That's why motherfuckers keep coming back over and over and over again. That's what it feels like, girl, but I don't know. I don't know, girl. It's just all conjecture. It's spiritual belief. That's why I felt like this was ridiculous to some extent, because y'all are trying to have logical arguments about things that are spiritual. Of course, there's like, you don't have any scientific fact to back up your Bible, babe. You don't. You don't have, as much as y'all think that there's scientific fact that backs up everything in the Bible, and it doesn't. There's no scientific thing connected to the Bible that's going to let you know that this absolutely happened when the Bible said it happened. You don't have any physical evidence that a Jesus actually existed. You don't have any physical evidence of that. You believe it. And that's the point, that when you believe it, that's really all that matters. Because now people were able to create pictures and visuals in movies that depicted a Jesus. So now the Jesus is real for you because you've been able to see it in your mind. That's the point of realizing that a crystal versus a placebo will have the same effect. Is because it's how your mind metabolizes the thing.
Then they redid the study in 2025 to do something a little bit more recent. And they found that when they spoke to people and they kind of told them what they would feel when they had the crystals, whether it was real or fake, the people who responded to it were the people who were told that they were going to feel something. So I feel like...
Okay, give me the historical fact that like, tell me, because that y'all always say that, but when it comes to proving if Jesus actually existed, you don't have any proof of that. When it comes to what you call them, the flood, Noah, okay, that shit. There is no proof that the world flooded all at one time and all of the fucking animals except for them died. That doesn't scientifically, based on what we know about life, make any fucking sense. Okay? That would all be a spiritual belief that you would hold that shit fucking happened. Okay? And that's fine. You can believe whatever you want to believe, baby. But when y'all act like that book is some historical text, you then try to erase everybody else's history and make yours at the forefront. Ew.
The thing about it is we agree. I don't agree that there is any scientific evidence. I agree that it all comes from faith. But I think the issue is
how we all thought it was allegory. We all thought it was just like, you know, there are a whole bunch of stories that people tell that's supposed to teach you morals and shit. That's what we thought the Bible was, girl. When I was reading it, it wasn't until people started to like apply things to my life and my personhood based on what was in that book that made me feel like, now wait a goddamn minute here. The reasons why y'all treat people bad, when I was a child, the reason why you would treat people bad was always aligned to something in that book. God said it's wrong, so we treat them like shit. God said it's bad. Really, it's some nigga.
You are saying I can gain this spirituality from something is where that faith is being put into, and then what you're inviting in. And I feel like New Age spirituality sets a lot of people up to invite things into their life that will end up possessing them. Like even when she talked about, you know.
Oh my God, I so hate that shit. I so hate that shit that y'all think y'all can just be open to spirits and shit. As if you don't be open to them with men and dick. And in the Bible and the people that y'all allow around y'all and the pastors that y'all like and all of that. The influencers who y'all think follow the Lord. Those people don't infiltrate and cause issues in y'all lives. Y'all living in a capitalist society, baby. It's a whole bunch of shit that's infiltrating and harming.
The bloodlust and stuff like that. I didn't even know about this. So it's like, that's crazy. But it's like, that's something that you see a lot of the time is that people are saying, hey, you know, it's okay to just have faith in this thing. And what you're actually conjuring up is something demonic.
Right.
And I know that's the reason why a lot of Christianities will identify it as demonic, because if it's not coming from God, it's coming from somewhere.
Exactly.
And even how New Age, the New Age spirituality came
It's not New Age. It's not New Age. It's not.
Together was through, you know.
Like the reverence of the earth and the understanding of energy is very old. And it's a part of the Bible and in there. Like the tools and like the alchemy of it. Like it's in there.
It was founded by the Theosophical Society, the combination of Buddhism, Hinduism, and occultism.
Right.
And a lot of people who are joining it don't even know.
So real quick, I am a spiritualist. I am an eclectic.
Girl, like people don't be joining cults under the guise of Christianity, girl. Girl, go the fuck away from me with this idea that using crystals is gonna invite some fucking demon into your house, girl. Listen, and that's another thing that goes into this. Oh, it only comes from him. So I have no power. I have no spiritual power. Like, that's crazy. No, you supposed to feel like you can protect yourself when it comes to things. Like, not everything, but yeah, like you should have tools and ways in order to spiritually protect yourself. It shouldn't be this idea that, you know, oh, I carried a crystal around. Girl, that's why you rinse them off in water in moonlight, bitch. You wash them off in water in moonlight. You put a little Florida water on it. You set your intention for what you want to go into the crystal, girl, and you go on about your day. It is just a tool to remind you of the intent. Your intention. Life is distracting. And when you have things and tools that help you remember your intention, it can help you stay focused on what you are trying to create when it comes to your life, baby. It's not even that dark. Like, yikey dikes.
Occultist. So traditional spirituality would be Christianity, Judaism. There's a lot of forms of traditional spirituality. So I would also consider myself a traditional spiritualist. So it's not that I subscribe to the New Age spirituality that you're talking about. And most of us as witches and spiritualists do not subscribe to this idea of being able to experience spirituality through a crystal. We're not idiots. So most of us think that crystals are just a tool. They're always just a tool. The Bible can be a tool, but you don't have to have your relationship through God through the Bible. You're supposed to experience God personally. So crystals do not have to be your way into spirituality for you to have a spiritual experience. I wear crystals. I wear this moonstone set and opalite mosaic, but it's because it's pretty. I like the way that it makes me feel, and I like the way that it looks. But when I say I like the way that it makes me feel, I like how it looks against my skin, and it makes me feel more feminine when I wear it, because moonstone is associated with femininity and the moon is beautiful to me. So anything that represents the moon or looks like the moon, it just makes me feel good.
Same. I do get in them. Child, we have a good full moon. Ooh, girl, I'll just sit and stare.
like looking at the moon, especially when it's casted over water. So it doesn't have to be that.
Yeah, I was just going to say really quickly, you reference the Bible a lot about what it says about crystals and about all these different things. What do you feel about what the Bible says specifically about using things outside of the will of God, divination, all these different things that contradict what the Bible says specifically?
So because I am using
Child, the Bible contradicts itself.
the crystals as a reference point in the Bible doesn't mean that I have to agree with everything in the Bible. It's just my way of being like, they were also mentioned in the Bible for this reason. So when Christians just demonize crystals, I don't think that's right, because they're in your Bible. And if you use them through the power God has given you or through the power of God, then there is nothing demonic about that. So my whole point is just so Christians stop demonizing them as a whole. Because if I gift you the 12 crystals from the...
Jasmine is a witch, yes. I am a witch, yes. I don't practice as much.
Breastplate of Aaron, and you're like, these are the...
But you know, again, I was born Catholic and from New Orleans, so I don't know what anybody wants from me. I'm doing exactly what the fuck I was supposed to do.
demonic, you would have to explain to me why, because these are the crystals that God chose, and I'm not giving them to you to be demonic. I'm giving them to you because they represent the 12 tribes of Israel, blah, 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 blah. So that's my only thing, is that I do not believe crystals inherently are demonic.
So your perspective is that crystal, sorry, my bad. I just want to clarify because I know we're about to wrap up. So your perspective is that crystals are more experiential than they are scientific.
Yeah.
And they can be spiritually dangerous if wielded with the wrong intention.
Anything can be spiritually dangerous if wielded with the wrong intention.
Bitch, if I throw a rock at your face, it can be dangerous. What do you mean? I can pick the crystal up and throw it at your fucking face. Of course it can be dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to say, I'm so sorry. I just want to say, Ephesians 6:12 says, "For we wrestle not against powers and principalities, but against
flesh and blood." Yes.
Yes. And I just want to say that I just think that is something very dangerous to subscribe to, just because
What
it's
is
just
my
like.
subscription?
So you're saying that
what
you
is
said
my
earlier that
subscription?
You just
Come on
kind of, you believe that there are spiritualities that can be dangerous, right? Like anybody
People
that
are
possesses
dangerous,
this
sweets.
type of
People
spirit
are
in their heart,
dangerous.
it can be dangerous, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm just kind of saying that our scripture lets us know and warns us about different things. And it would be, I'm not a person that like to mess with fire, okay? So it would just be kind of like a little.
Yes. Y'all live in a space of fear. Everything is to be feared because everything can be turned demonic. Blah, 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 blah.
I don't know. Like I'm
Right.
not
But nobody's forcing you to use the
Yeah, no. I agree.
And I also wanted to say that Crystal.
Okay, so we're gonna talk about like she a Christian. Is she also a lesbian? What if I tell y'all about the Okay, is you a Christian and also is you a lesbian? That's the secret, girl. There's always one. There's always one.
Crystals are not demonic. God made everything. He looked at it and he saw that it was good. But the issue is that the way that people are using them, and the manner
is not using them in a demonic way.
Yeah, not everybody.
I understand anything outside of God is going to be considered demonic to Christians, because if not of God, then of what? So that I understand as a former Christian.
I think it's the heart of a person that's demonic.
Child, the Bible has been dangerous. People have been murdered behind that book. The Bible is dangerous. Absolutely. Girl, you will kick your fucking child out of the house for being gay or getting pregnant because you feel like God don't want young girls having premarital sex and getting pregnant, and you don't want, and God don't want the children to be gay. So y'all will kick them out and throw them onto the street to be taken advantage of by old men that want to fuck them and kill them or exploit them. Girl.
If the person's heart is not demonic, though, because I think it is very big of you in a way to assume that you can determine whose heart is demonic when you are not God.
Well, actually, I think that we agree that it's not the crystal that possesses
It has to be the person's intention. Yeah.
Yes. And I think that's kind of what we're trying to say is like the intention can be a dangerous game to play with.
And I don't be anything.
That it's spiritually unsafe.
Yeah.
I think
saying spiritually unsafe as a whole is kind of big. I think it can always be spiritually unsafe if somebody that is unsafe is using crystals in an unsafe way.
Well, we're associating it with spiritual unsafety. Me specifically, because of the pantheon of gods that are associated with different crystals, you don't necessarily know what you're going to get.
But your God is associated in the pantheon.
Whereas we would consider the Christian perspective to always be safe because we believe Jesus to be fully kind and fully benevolent, whereas some of these other gods are not.
But there are gods that are fully kind and fully benevolent. So because we do not know them, because y'all are not seeking them out to know them in the same way that you would know God, because that it's not me trying to get you to convert. I'm just saying you don't go seeking out other.
You see how she has to like automatically say, I'm not trying to get you to convert? Because then you're going to be looked at as an evil woman trying to suck me into the demonic world. But, I'm trying to pull you into my religion, though. I'm trying to pull you into a religion that makes me act like I'm not gay.
faiths and other beliefs to see, hey, could I get with this? Because that would be considered blasphemous within Christianity.
I was going to say, and I don't agree that it's somebody's intention that makes the practice demonic. There's a reason why they say the road to hell is paved with people who had good intentions. And a lot of the people who become possessed by demons didn't go into it saying, yes, I want to be possessed by a demon by trying to gather a spirit from this crystal. So that's why I believe.
The reason that people get in, if y'all want to talk about demons, right? Y'all want to talk about dark energy, you have to do dark shit in order to get wrapped up in dark demonic energy, as far as I'm concerned. Usually by way of a man, but y'all act like y'all don't know nothing about that. You have to engage in the dark arts in order for, and dark arts are really like how you treat people, how you handle situations. Y'all think the dark arts is a dark room with a candle or red lipstick and black clothes and lace. Y'all think it's aesthetic things, and that's just fucking stupid. The shit that's actually dark is the people that are willing to self-abandon for some superficial goal. People that are willing to give their bodies over to men under the guise of love, right? Willing to ignore the pain of their children in order to have the love of a man. To me, like, the way that children end up getting raped and assaulted because of the way y'all are willing to slip and fall into love with men, that is one of the most harmful things that I've ever seen happen in our communities, is how often a relationship with a man can pull you into some fucked up situations. Most of the women in prison are there because of some nigga they was fucking with. Like, there are things that we see genuine result of evil and darkness in, and y'all don't care about those things. Y'all care about all of these, like, oh, crystals. You know what I'm saying? Like, some unknown demonic thing might happen because I'm holding a crystal, not even thinking about how your choices will actually bring some of the most demonic motherfuckers right into your bedroom, and you will happily have them there.
I believe it's a dangerous practice, and honestly, obviously, I believe nobody should be doing it. So.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
I don't think most people realize how much time they spend in a state of go. Even when I'm sitting on the couch at the end.
Because you are a Christian and I am not. So a perfect
question would be, why would you depend a lot?
Aggression.
If you want peace, you have to continue.
Burning sage invites peace and drives away evil spirits.
Okay, so for me, you guys, oh my God, this is so true. But it's really because of the smell. It's really because of the smell, y'all. It's just very calming. Even Florida water, I just like the way the shit smell. And I associate it with spiritual cleansing in my mind and in my spirit. So when I do it, it's really because the smell invokes a feeling. The smell invokes a feeling, y'all. The physical scientific thing that this thing smells a certain way, it invokes a certain emotion. It's the same thing as how a song reminds you of something that happened in childhood, or a song that reminds you of a specific person. That's why it's a tool. That's why when you're getting ready to fuck and you're trying to set a mode, you make things smell good. You dim the lights, you play certain music. That is what it's about. Yes, aromatherapy. It's about setting the tone, because all of your senses should be engaged when you're really trying to, invoke whatever. Like, whether it's relaxation, whether it's romance, whether it's manifestation, whatever it is, all of your senses can be involved in that process. And I do think, just as a matter of how energy works, it would add more fuel to whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. And everybody knows that if you write some shit down and put your action behind it, then you are going to accomplish it. How many of the girls in the chat then said, I'm about to go to school and do this, so I'm going to make sure I get this car, I'm going to get this job? They wrote that shit down and that shit happened. And it wasn't just that they wrote it down. It was the energy they put behind it. It was the mindset they put behind it. And it was their own faith in themselves that they could accomplish it, which is the main thing. The faith in yourself that you can accomplish it. You got to see it first. You got to really be able to see it, y'all.
Hi, I'm Danielle.
Hi, Danielle.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Alexi.
Hi, I'm Audrey. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Audrey.
I'm Elle. I'm happy to see you.
Happy to see you. Okay, the question, or the prompt is, burning sage invites peace and drives away evil spirits. I do believe burning certain herbs, whether it be rosemary, cedarwood, juniper, lavender, those can have properties, just like burning resins, myrrh, or something to that effect.
Yeah, If I could, well, just for the sake of the people that are watching with the prompt, Sage invites peace, right? And the second part was that it drives away evil spirits.
Yes.
I would say first with the peace part of it, we see in Scripture Romans 1:25 where it says they've traded the truth of God for a lie and they worship the creation instead of the Creator. So when I think about peace, right, I also go back to Scripture.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell y'all, I think that there's truth to that, but I don't think that Christian people realize how they take part in those things. It's very interesting.
Scripture and say Isaiah 26:3, where it says that he gives perfect peace whose minds are stayed on him. So I get a little confused there when we talk about it gives peace because Sage gives peace because they sell it by the bulk, which means that if you want peace, you have to continue to go and buy and get it more and more. And I can see where
people can grow sage. Sage can be grown in a garden. This is dried sage. You leave it out in the sun and you let it dry out, and then they wrap it up and they wrap it with twine. That's all this is, y'all. Y'all don't cook with sage. What is this bitch talking about? Yes, girl, you can get peace from anything. Y'all know what I get peace from? Sunsets. Girl, anytime it's a beautiful sunset and I can see it out my back patio door and I just sit there, you know what I'm saying? Jazz playing in the background. Oh my God. My house just having jazz playing in the background. Peace, girl. It does something for me. It centers me.
Where it can bring relaxation, but not necessarily peace, and the perfect peace that God gives us that transcends all understanding.
Girl, nobody said we needed to elevate. You can have peace in any given moment, girl. What is you talking about?
So I wouldn't agree that sage
Talking
a plant
fast.
can bring peace. I think it can bring relaxation, much like a candle, but not necessarily peace. And then when we get to the place where we say that it drives out evil spirits, this is probably the part that kind of gets me the most, is that sage is not a weapon that demons bow to. Demons bow to authority. So that's why we see in Luke 10 and 19, he says,
girl, demons do not bow to authority. If that was the case, then demons wouldn't be able to hold Bibles and go into churches. And I've definitely seen y'all stupid ass president do those things. I don't know what you mean by that. I feel like y'all are always speaking in imaginary language instead of trying to apply things to the world when you're supposed to. And to me, humans show up as demons with the way that they move, with the people that they hurt, how they engage in harm, how they enjoy the harm of other people. Those are demons to me. Okay, I'm not about to be thinking about this, some dark netherworld that my mind can't reach. I'm going to look at what's right in front of me and the people that's causing harm right in front of me. That's where I find demonism in. Okay, that's where I find it at. And the people that's fucking on the kids, right? There's a nigga that shot his wife. She remarried him. That's some demonic shit.
my authority I give you to tread on serpents and scorpions. So I think in this New Age, but I know you said you weren't New Age. I think it's more so not only a source issue where it's like what source, but a faith issue, because the word of God says that faith comes by hearing. And I think a lot of people with New Age or spirituality depend a lot on what they see instead of what they hear, right? Hearing the word of God, right?
Oh, you heard it? You heard it, girl? God whispered in your ear, you heard it? Girl, no, that was in your head. That was in your head. And there's shit in your head, and then there's shit in my head. Girl, stop trying to act like the shit in your head is God and the shit in my head is the devil. Girl, it's shit in your head.
So they use things that they can see, like sage, crystals, tarot cards.
This need to be superior is another thing I don't like about the religion. Because I find there's a lack of humility even in that. Y'all know who I think is a good example of somebody that displays humbleness while also being like a good example of a Christian? Shout out to Kev on Stage. I had a dream about Kev on Stage last night. We just met. Like I was coming into a room and he was sitting on a sofa. He was like, yeah, I know you. Shout out to Kev on Stage. But I feel like Kev kind of really showcases how somebody can show up in the world being a Christian that I think is taking to heart what that should mean, what we were taught that it should mean, not always being used as this tool to abuse people with, right? And even in that, there's a level of deconstruction that has to happen because the things that happen in the Bible were fucked up, y'all. It's a lot of misogynistic bullshit in that book about women's value in things, right? And I just feel like when I think about people that actually displayed this energy, I think about somebody like Kev, and to me, I feel like if that's how you engage with the word, then that is effective because it makes you a better person. It makes you a person that is loving to other people without this control mechanism. And that's the thing that Christians, and these Christians specifically, don't understand. Your inability to allow people to be is you trying to control them. You think that you're trying, oh, God tells us that we should. Yeah, that's another thing. If your God tell you that it's your job to be turning people out and all of that onto your religion like a fucking dope dealer, yeah, no, I'm sorry. You need to let people have autonomy in their spiritual practice. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's a problem for me. Y'all don't understand consent. That's a lack of acknowledgement of consent. You are just a human. You do not have the right. You do not have the right to push your religious practice, which should be a personal thing, on anybody. You really don't. But because of this lack of autonomy present in the religion itself, right? A lot of rapey shit happens. A lot of things happen without somebody's consent for some greater good that is really the ego stroke of a God. And I don't know when, everybody... When did y'all get to a point where you felt like having the biggest ego and requiring all of this praise and worship was something that was a virtue in people? If it's not a virtue in people, why would it be a virtue in a God? When a God is supposed to ascend the human experience, right? It's supposed to be better. Why would a God be jealous? Why would a God want to hurt people and exact revenge? Why would a God want to play with people's minds and their emotions randomly just so that they'll know you better be worshiping me? Yeah, I almost made you kill your kid. Watch yourself. Like, what the fuck is that? Why would that be the God? Why would that be the God? Why wouldn't the God be somebody that, allows for people to go through their journeys and just wants them to not harm themselves and each other? I remember reading a parable, not even a parable. I think it might have been a Bible story, something. I can't remember, but about how at the end of the day, a soldier died. It was two soldiers in a war died. The war between God and the devil or whatever the fuck. And God was like, if you fought in this war, then you still fought for me because I won. So you come into heaven too. Okay? It was something about, yeah, we fought, but everybody gonna be all right. There was something more God-like about that depiction than anything I've seen when it comes to the way people talk about God being vengeful and jealous and just constantly wanting adoration. When I see those values in a person, I feel like that's a psychopath. Yeah, the God always sounds like an abusive partner. And then you wonder why everybody is always with a fucking abusive partner.
And I believe even with that, it's like we want the spirituality, but we don't want the accountability, right? That comes with it. So, and I'll make my last point. So we talked about power even before. I heard you mention power a few times. And what I think, again, with New Age and spirituality is that, yes, we know that can be power there, but I
don't like the way she keeps pointing her hand at her when she says that, you're assigning something to her that's based on something in your mind.
About authority, right? And there's a difference between power and authority. Much like I used to be a police officer, and if a semi truck was coming down the street, all I had to do was raise my hand. And what would the semi truck do? It would stop because power has to always bow to authority. So my question would be,
because it saw you. She was just talking about, New Age people, y'all only believe what y'all see, not what y'all hear. But a fucking nigga in a truck wouldn't be able to hear your stop, but he would be able to see you put your hand up, bitch. So excuse us for relying on what we could see.
Why would you or anyone who practices New Age or spirituality choose a lesser power when you have the opportunity to have authority?
Ooh, glad you asked me.
Oh, girl. Oh, girl, you think the highest power you can have is authority? You think the highest power you can have is control over other people? That's what that sounds like to me. And that's why we're diving into fascism, girl. the highest form of power you can have is over your own being. The highest form of power you can have is over your own mind, your own body, your own choices, not the choices in bodies of other people, because the people that usually have a need to have power over other people, they have no internal control. I've seen it many times. People that love to have authority do not have any internal control, no emotional regulation for real. That's why they want to control things outside of themselves so that they can distract from the things inside of themselves that they can't control. Might be another lesbian.
So let's talk about lesser power. I think when you guys say new age, the words mean things. So new, meaning relatively just showed up on the scene. But Christianity is also new. The Bible in which you are speaking of was written when? 1,500 years ago, until I believe 95 AD. John of Patmos was the last one who wrote Revelations. So if we have this book that was written by over 40 plus authors.
And they think that John of Patmos stole that shit from some women seers and flipped it. But
over the span of almost 1,500 years, but humans ourselves have been around almost in this current version of our bodies, 50,000 years. We are missing a lot of time there. So when we say why would I settle for a lesser power? I think if you use aromatherapy and you end up relaxed, you're experiencing peace. Perfect peace will be something that is debatable because you are a Christian and I am not. So perfect peace, has anybody ever pissed y'all off? Do y'all still get pissed off sometimes? That don't feel like perfect peace to me if somebody has the ability to piss you off every now and then. But that's okay because that's part of life. So when I think about bowing or using a lesser, I am not giving sage just like I am not giving crystals the whole, oh, the power is in the sage. No, actually, what does this say? Drives away evil spirits. White sage is used to invoke spirits. Now, y'all are going to call them demons because they're not of God. But depending on what the spirit is, it may not be malevolent to me. So I may not call it a demon. I may just reference it as a spirit. But then there are demons within spirituality that we do recognize. And do they care about sage? I almost cussed. No, they don't care about sage. But I'm not using sage to drive them away. I'm not using any herbs to drive them away.
We're using the smell because it's calming, but also for you bitches that don't like it. Y'all get away.
We do something totally different for something like that. So when we talk about bowing, I think there's also this
the stank faces.
I am not utilizing a power bigger than myself. I don't do anything solely or alone or just off my own strength. Every now and then maybe, but normally I am calling something through. I have ancestors, and I have ancestors that did big stuff, big things.
Yes,
and so
that right there. But that's like, I feel like that makes sense. That's a connection to my own bloodline of people and shit like that. Y'all want me to skip over my blood to get to Jesus that I might not even be blood related to, that happened 1,500, 2,000 years ago or some shit like that. You don't want me to grab for my most recent black people that didn't, you know what I'm saying? Listen, I got to read, and they said I had a bunch of people with me and a big ass angel. I was like, all right. I mean, it helps. I'll take whatever help I can get in this motherfucker.
So I will call them through. I may call through.
Have your ancestors ever died and came back? Because I remember you had mentioned earlier today.
Did you see Jesus die and come back?
I didn't see Jesus die and come back, but we see, but we do see in scripture where he did die and he came back. And we have eyewitnesses.
I just want to make sure we have time so I can get to everybody else.
Sure,
I really just want to finish answering your question. I don't want to beef though. But have any of my ancestors died and come back? One, brought back on a more table, because that happens. People do die and then get revived. Just to answer your question as you asked it, yes, one of my ancestors has died and come back. But do I think they are Jesus? No. Do I think that they can save me from all? No, because my ancestors were humans. They were people. They had their own problems, but they had their
So was Jesus, bitch. Talking about right.
Their own strengths.
If that's what if you believe Jesus was is historical, bitch, then you got to believe he was human at some point, correct?
Well, you trust grandma to pray for you. I trust my ancestors in the ancestral realm to do what they can for me over there. What's your standpoint, though?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, you were talking about your ancestors. I'm guessing they appear to you and help you with things because you're talking about in the spiritual world.
Appear? No, but energetically, like especially if you're aware of them and what their gifts were. Like when I cook, sometimes I'll say, give me my daddy's hands, because my daddy was a great cook. He was a great cook. I also wear this around my neck. This is one of my dad's. Is a medallion with his initials on it, with a crystal towards it. My daddy embodied a lot of like strength, My daddy embodied a lot of strength and a lot of don't fuck with me energy. And so in order to be reminded of the person that gave me, that gave me all this big dick energy, you heard me. I wear my crystal, you know what I'm saying, as protection for myself, girl. And in the truth of the matter, the things that they say about crystals be true sometimes. I remember one time I heard that if your crystal fall off around somebody, you supposed to get from around that person. Bitch, the way my necklace fell off my motherfucking neck around a bitch, I ain't seen it since.
To me, but yes.
In the spiritual, so what's that look like for you?
It's an experience. So my mom died when I was 6. I cannot hear my mom's voice because I have not seen videos of my mom since I was maybe 7 or 8. So I don't know what her voice sounds like anymore. So when my mom shows up, it is an overwhelming sense of safety. I immediately burst into tears, and it just feels like, because I remember what being around my mom was like. They say I was a daddy's girl, but
I have that feeling about my grandfather too. My grandfather died when I was 6, but he would keep coming to me in my dreams for years after. And so I remembered him more because he was in my dreams constantly. Like I was 6. And when I tell you I would dream about him, it was the same type of dream. And then, I've told this story before. The type of dream I would have was consistently the same type of dream. He's like at the end of a table. It's like you step into this boardroom that's full of windows, this long table, and it feels like people are sitting at the table. And in the dream, I would walk in and see him, and then I would be running around the table to get to him. And when I was very young, I would wake up before I would actually get to him, so I would never get to hug him. And then one night, I did. One night, I actually made it to him and was able to hug him. And I remember what it felt like holding on to him in the dream. And, then I didn't have dreams about him for a while. But that had happened for so long that it was a part of my memory of him was the dreams I had about him after he died. Then, when my dad was about to die, which was my warning shot, the same type of dream I would have about my grandfather, I had about my dad. My dad is standing on the other side of the table, and I'm walking around the table to him. What wakes me up from this dream in the middle of the day on a Sunday is my mom calling me to tell me that my dad stopped breathing and they had to take him to the hospital. I knew he was going to die from then on. When I was 12, I knew my grandmother was going to die. Like, you just feel the things and you trust yourself, and then they happen. And then you're like, oh, so I should keep trusting myself. And so I kept trusting myself. And that's a lot of how I've gotten here, girl, is trusting myself. And to me, that there's God in that. In that. The ability to trust myself. Not the way y'all be metabolizing a nigga in the sky somewhere.
I was always with my mama, and I got lots of photos with my mom. So that's how I experienced her versus my Aunt Ainette. My Aunt Ainette don't take shit. So when she comes through, I feel her kind of settle down. Like sometimes, because I'm a channeler, so I don't always have to see things. Apparitions, I'm not going to hold y'all, would scare me. So I don't see apparitions. All of our gifts are not the same in spirituality. So I can hear my Aunt Ainette, and she, normally I'll hear her rings start to like jostle, or her bangles start to jostle against themselves, and that's how I know she's present. So they make themselves known in different ways. There's something called clairgustance and clairfactance, where you can taste or smell certain things. So I may smell my Uncle Stanley before I recognize, oh, he is present here. I might smell what smells like Bud Light, and I don't drink Bud Light. And why is this smell just wafting into my nose? So that
I would smell my grandfather. My grandmother is the only person that has not come to me that I was so close to. She has not come to me, not once. She's never been in my dreams. Once she was gone, she was gone. But I don't know why. But my grandfather would come back. My dad comes to me all the time. Yeah. And even when you're awake sometimes, like the air in the room will change and something will smell a certain way, and then you'll get a certain feeling, and the overwhelming feeling to cry. The overwhelming feeling to cry coming out of nowhere. That I absolutely have felt several times.
That's how they show up to me, to answer your question.
Yeah, I love that. When they show up to you, what are they usually doing? What are you channeling?
It depends on what I'm doing, because they don't just show up. Ancestors have to be invoked. They are not omnipresent, omniscient, and things of that nature. So you have to call on them, and sometimes you need a way in which to connect with them. So that's why people set up altars, so they have something to focus on. They may have a brush from their grandmother. They may have a perfume. They may have their picture. So they have to be invoked.
Yeah, so I don't know if you've ever heard about, like, so we know you work with spirits, right? And so kind of going back to the sage thing, sage, people do it, whether New Age, witchcraft, occultism, that whole thing, whether it's sage, whether it's crystals, it's a counterfeit of a peace that we have in Jesus. Because a lot of people that are in the occult, right, they seek peace, protection, or direction. And I bet
I do think that everybody has gifts. Like, that's why I'm not like afraid of calling myself a witch, because to me, how that metabolized was women believing their own gifts. whatever those gifts might be. People will have different gifts. Like, I know women that had gifts with their hands. I know my mom's gift is to make herself and other people beautiful. Like, and those things are very valuable when women sit in your chair and they need to feel good about themselves. Being around a woman that not only exudes a certain type of energy herself, but can also impress that upon you, that's a fucking gift, right? She don't have to call herself a witch, but I can recognize that that's a power that she has. You know what I'm saying? And I think individually, I think all people, when they are given the space to figure it out and to listen to it and to be cognizant of it, I think that we all have certain gifts, whether those gifts are spiritual or in real life, how they metabolize, but they all affect other people. Right. And so for me, like, people make these things feel like it's just like, no, like, just on a basic level, I think we all have our things. And I think that this world being fucked up makes it hard for you to tap into that.
Even people that come to you are seeking one of those three things. But I personally believe that in Jesus, he gives that peace, that he gives that direction, that he gives that sense of safety. And I feel like I just even want to encourage you that you do have a gift. You have a very strong gift on your life to see and to hear and to experience and be sensitive to the spiritual realm. But I do believe that the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy, and that he's coming to veer you off or deceive you and use.
And that right there, why the fuck do you think that you understand me more than I understand me? That's another thing that happens a lot. Like, this is such a, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, like, how can you talk to another human being who you don't know like that and tell them, I'm in fear that you're gonna let something turn you evil, as if that's something that's easily done or something. People don't easily turn evil, y'all. I don't know if y'all know how much work has to be put in. When you pay attention to the people that are actually evil, do you know how they end up like that? Usually, I'll use y'all stupid ass president for an example. Child abuse is how you create evil people. Is by abusing and not having reverence for new life and what it means to be a new life. Everything that is happening in spirit is also being reflected in the physical. Everybody got to stop thinking that everything is so separate like y'all do.
You in certain ways. In reality, when God wants to use you in a powerful way. And
I agree with that, actually. Can I ask something? Because I don't ask many questions. I normally ask the questions. How many people has the devil killed? In the Bible, historically?
Oh, I don't know the number. Do you know the number?
3.
I don't know the number.
3. And if you look it up, the devil has killed 3 based off God's instructions. Do you know how many God has killed in the Bible? We don't have to talk about like outside of that, because then we know the numbers will then be altered. But just based off historical record, and we're going to say historical record is the Bible for y'all, how many people has God killed? We could start with Lot and everybody that got smoked there. We could start with Job's first family and then go from there. But see, he instructs Satan to do certain things. Nothing can happen without God's permission. All of us are sitting here, if you will, if I'm thinking from the Christian standpoint, because God gave us permission to sit here. God put us here, right? So if God has this ability to know all, before he laid the foundation of the world and before he created the heavens, he knew. So one of the things that I like to ask Christians is, how did God not know that Satan would rebel against him and take a third of the angels? Because God had to create Satan, and he created Satan knowing the very outcome of who would end up in heaven at the very end. So it's kind of like God doesn't take accountability himself, but I know we have to go to the next.
There's so much.
I know.
My mind is like, where do I even start? So first thing with the ancestors.
Sure.
So we know as Christians that ancestors, the dead are dead. So what we believe to be true is that your
When I tell y'all I already don't trust this lady because of her leave out.
ancestors who come to you really are just familiar spirits who masquerade as ancestors, who perhaps have known things about your ancestors. So it's familiar spirits who masquerade, because the Bible says that the devil masquerades as an angel of light, so he could masquerade as an ancestor, as an angel, whatever light being you would be attracted to. Now, when it comes to sage, which is the prompt, right?
And that is where the moral aspect and the lessons come in. And this is what pisses me off about Christians, because at large, y'all will have people come into y'all churches and into y'all lives that are selling y'all a story that they're good, that they're benevolent. And then you'll turns out they're not. And this happens to especially Christian women. Oh my God, the way y'all think that every nigga is supposed to be your husband that God sent down to you. Next thing you know, nigga raping your 14-year-old daughter. Like, understand How if you actually are metabolizing the Bible in a way that would be helpful for you is realizing that you then have to pay attention to the ways in which those entities move. You know what I mean? Like this idea that, oh, they can pull the wool over your eyes and then you'll just accept them. Pay attention to what happened in this last election. I'm gonna keep using that man as a devil because that's how I see it, okay? Those people were absolutely given information that would have let them know who the devil was and what the devil was doing. And did they care? No, because it fed their own hatred. It fed their own trepidations, whatever the bullshit is. It fed that for them. The wool wasn't pulled over their eyes when they got pulled into worshiping a fucking demon. They knew exactly what the fuck they was doing. And that's because they were being ruled by lesser nature. Their hate for people. Their hate for other people. Their hate that other people were able to get things that they couldn't get. You're not supposed to have that. It's like y'all read it and y'all didn't learn nothing from it. Y'all read it and y'all want everybody to bow down to it, and you ain't really learned nothing but how to be scared of shit from it. Not even the moral compass that the book was supposed to give you in order to be able to see when people was fucked up. Because it'd be the most religious people that love and show validation and uplift some of the most fucked up people in our society. Some of the most fucked up people in the Black community. If it ain't a church motherfucker in a oh God, you just need God. Y'all be the worst ones. The Krishan Rocks of the world.
Mentioned that this is a practice that originates in, again, Native American spirituality, and biblically we believe as Christians, right?
Like this, exactly. They wanted to worship demons. Y'all have this idea that things can just accidentally happen to you, and I just don't believe that. I don't believe that. I feel like you have to make choices a lot of the times to get close to the devil in the ways that these people have gotten close to the devil. They made choices.
Native Americans have practice what we would call pagan worship. They have sort of a pantheon of deifying sort of the sun, the moon, Mother Earth, the stars, which we as Christians believe to be pagan worship. The Bible tells us, instructs us in Deuteronomy 4:19.
Christianity, which was basically a culmination of those pagan religions flipped upside down. Y'all work on my fucking nerves. I hate when y'all bringing up paganism. You know what I mean? Like, where do you think Sunday comes from, bitch? Where do you think Sunday comes from? Most of y'all's holidays are based on pagan religions because the pagan religions were in reverence for the land and for the seasons and how that fed them, which made more sense if you really think about it. Yeah, I'm going to worship the sun because the sun helps shit grow. It gives us warmth. Like, it actually does something, right? We can see it. We can feel it. It's doing shit. Look at the shit growing off the ground. Y'all be like, nah, Sky Daddy, cool. But on Sunday, is that the Lord's day? After the sun god? Oh.
Not to worship the created thing.
I'll be right
that's
back.
also referenced in Romans chapter
Y'all
1.
keep
So
watching.
we're not
I'll be
to
right
worship
back.
the created thing.
Yes,
Moreover, another thing that is actually mentioned in scripture that a lot of people who engage in these practices don't understand, according to 1 Corinthians 10, chapter 20, is that when you are practicing idolatry or pagan worship, the thing behind that really is demonic. So I think it says that people who burn sacrifices to pagan gods are actually, in fact, burning sacrifices to demons. So knowing that these practices are rooted in pagan worship and idolatry, and that ultimately behind them rests a demonic presence that people may or may not be aware of. They're not aware sometimes that that's what they're doing. I actually used to practice New Age. So when I did, I wasn't aware, of course, that I was invoking demons into my life. Came to find out later, unfortunately. But so people who ultimately do this.
I'm sorry, hold on. When we talk about burning sage, because you said burning it, using it as it's idolized, idolatry. We don't idolize sage. I just want to start there. But outside of that, when you say burning it in a pagan way, like to a god, I hope y'all understand all of us don't have a God like y'all do that we put something but it does based off what you just said. You said we burn it to a God. So I'm answering it the way that you stated it. So I think it does matter based off the context that you gave. Now, if that's not what you meant, I would allow you to clarify that, but I do want to hear from my sister on the end.
Hi, so and I'll make it quick. And so my question is like, what is the power that you think is bringing this peace and warding off the evil spirit?
Oh, I think it's really aromatherapy. Shit smells good. we like lavender. It makes you feel more calm. That's something that they know scientifically because it's used in a multitude of products, just like magnesium. When you go to the beach and you get wore out after a day of just standing in the water even, it's because of the magnesium. So I think there's, yeah. So I
don't think it wards off evil spirits.
No, it does not. It does not ward off evil spirits. They will still chase
That's not what she said, stupid.
you. But I'm just saying for the sake of,
clear.
I'm just saying for the sake of, for the herbs, yes.
So you wouldn't recommend that
I have a few more things that I want to say, if you don't mind. So you are saying, so it's not a power thing, it's just like an aromatherapy
I think
thing?
it's always intention going back to that. What y'all decide to be power is always going to be determined through God.
Okay.
But what we consider to be power is what you have the capability. It's called practical magic. Whatever you can do on your own. If
Come
your
on,
house is
Practical
cluttered, it's
Magic
probably
2
gonna
coming
make your
out in
brain feel a little
September.
cluttered. So if you clean things up, we believe that has the power to help you start thinking in a more clear way. Just because you're no longer sitting in mess. I think that's just really simple. So that's what we say when we say power.
So there's a break in reason there, because I think earlier on the first prompt you said that God is all and he is in all, or they are in all, or whatever the case.
No, just y'all God. I was only referencing y'all.
But you said God is the universe, so that
Yes.
God is everything and everything is God, essentially. Okay, so that goes against the law of non-contradiction, okay, because, and which is one of the foundational laws of logic. So quite literally the claim is,
Did this lady say that her mythological God going against logic? Girl, you know Christianity is not based in logic. Girl, what are you talking about?
Your way, just because you're no longer sitting in mess. I think that's just really simple. So that's what we say when we say power.
so there's a break in reason there, because I think earlier on the first prompt you said that God is all and he is in all, or they are in all, or whatever the case.
No, just y'all God. I was only referencing y'all.
But you said God is the universe, so that God is everything and everything is God, essentially. Okay, so that goes against the law of non-contradiction, okay, because, and which is one of the foundational laws of logic. So quite literally the claim is illogical. God can't be the thing that's bringing you peace, which is whatever items or ritual you are using to bring peace and ward off evil spirits, and also be the evil spirits. That's contradictory, because according to God as being all and in all, God is also in that evil spirit. And so that's different than duality. That's actual opposition, and that's just, it's not how it works. Yeah.
I think there's a break in reason and believing that God created all things, but thinking that God did not create evil, because the first sin was committed where? Normally they say in the garden, but I would argue that it was probably in heaven when Satan rebelled against God. Would it not be that? But if that's the case, God created Satan knowing he was going to rebel, and he gave him the capability, even though the gift of free will is supposed to be ours.
So
and
you
not the
brought that up
angels.
before, and I appreciate that, but that's not the prompt. The prompt, and what
I know,
saying,
but I'm just responding because we keep getting off the prompt.
But I'm actually on the prompt. So the claim is that you can do something that is going to bring peace as well as ward.
You got attitude. You got a lot of attitude, girl.
Off evil. And what I'm saying is, according to the law, and I'm not talking about sage specifically, because I'm not talking about that specifically, but you said that you do have something that you use, or what you have I don't know
maybe not herbs to ward off evil,
but you said
yes.
aromatherapy, lavender, right? So lavender can't be God, and also warding off the evil spirit that also has God, because according to you, God,
nobody said that lavender was gonna ward off evil. It's about relaxation, bitch. That's what she said.
God is in all and is all. So that God can't both bring you peace and also be in the thing that you need peace from. It's illogical. And I just want to say, and I'll end
the Christian God or my God?
The God of the universe, right? Because lavender is the universe, and the evil spirits are part of the universe, and God is in all. And so I'll just say this here, because you're not making a scientific claim. I think you're making a spiritual claim.
Girl, what are we talking about?
You're Christian, so you know what I'm saying?
I was going to say, okay.
No shade. Like, that's fine. I love that. So I just think that when you hold up the claim, your claim, which is that you're having to do something that, or hold on to something material to invoke peace and spiritual safety, when you hold that up to Jesus Christ, who came for you and to you and gave himself for you, his scripture says that he himself has become our peace. And it also says in Romans 8 that the same spirit that rose Jesus from the dead dwells inside of us. And so he's given us his peace and his power. And I don't have to attach myself to anything, because it is that I can wake up and know that I have that. And so I just think if you take away the spirit, because we're making spiritual claims, right? There's no evidence for the calibrating peace, right? But logistically,
there's no evidence for
and logically, I think Jesus Christ is better. It makes sense.
That's fine. But I do think the same way that you pray.
Jesus Christ is better. Like a football team is better, girl. What?
Pray to ward off evil and things coming up again.
I don't think about it, honestly.
You don't pray away evil.
We don't ward off
in the name of
But I mean, but you don't pray
Christ.
away. You don't pray for protection, because praying for protection
From
would be praying
a car accident, I don't pray. I'm not walking into nowhere thinking that there's no evil. No.
Okay, so maybe
girl, what are you talking about? See, you're running from the point. You pray, don't you?
But in general, when Christians pray, sometimes they pray to protect themselves against people that they may try to cause, I'm just making a point, may try to cause them harm. But God put that person on this earth. So it's kind of in my...
Mind you, she said that when they first started, before they started recording, them bitches joined hands and started praying like Jasmine was a demon that they needed to cast out.
Opinion doesn't have to be something you agree with. The same way I may burn lavender, even though I do not, I use just lavender for the sake of aromatherapy to help me relax. I may not be using it to ward away evil, but I am using it to help me regulate myself.
Yeah, it's sped up. I ain't got time to be watching this at 1.0.
The same way you pray, I consider that a way to regulate yourself, but maybe within the spirit. And so I think those are the same thing. We're just saying it's illogical because it's not our belief.
All right, thank you. Go away.
Start there. I'm not giving God and not
God for wisdom. So I think that any form, which
Y'all, she couldn't wait to get up here.
A story that is accounting for things. It's best if written when those things happen for the most accurate form of relaying whatever that is.
So then most of history can be discounted. Alexander the Great, but all the things we know about him are hundreds, thousands of years
after he existed. Most of history is still them trying to understand. Only Christians, for the most part, have this Bible in which they're like, no, this is absolute truth. History, if you have artifacts that you find, they may see, okay, we have this, but they may not be able to determine everything about that society. And that may not be the goal, to know everything and determine everything. It's just, hey, we have this one piece that represents this. Christianity and the Bible that goes with it is just one representation of a society and a culture. It was not the totality of things.
I just wanted to hit one point and then move back to the prompt.
Yes.
You mentioned and said, why did God have to have sin for us to come back to him? And we were already with God. So Adam and Eve were with and communing with God in totality in the garden. So that was never something that he needed. We were already with him. But back to the prompt about tarot being a spiritual tool that provides wisdom.
What you mean we was already with him? They said God had left. And then when they fucked up, God had came back. So what you mean you was with them? We with them. What you mean?
Wisdom, clarity, and direction. I think that's what you said.
Tarot cards are a valuable tool. Yep. Wisdom, clarity.
We know as Christians that the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. That's Proverbs 1:7, I believe. And that if anybody needs...
Girl, not the only wisdom you can have is fear of God. Girl, that's an abusive man, girl. That is an abusive man, Savannah. You need to leave him.
Wisdom that you could ask God, that's James 1:5, and he gives it to us liberally. And I don't think that you have to be a Christian or identify as a Christian to ask God for wisdom. So I think that anybody can just go straightly to the source instead of using a medium of tarot, of astrology, or any tool like that, when you can go straightly boldly before the throne of grace, as we would say in Christianese, and ask God for wisdom, and that he would give it to you. You just have to ask in faith with nothing wavering.
I think there are a multitude of people, Christians and non-Christians, that have asked for God to give a message, and how he says he will give liberally. All of us are not going to hear in the same way. Again, it always goes back to that personal relationship that you were supposed to have with God and with Christ. And I think all of us, like my father has 4 daughters, all of us do not have the same relationship with that man. And that's just what that is. And that's through personal experience. If I ask and I call on you, and in a moment where I am in need, you do not come through, or you do not answer me in a way in which I can hear you, I can understand, especially when I know you have the capability of being very clear and very plain, then that is going to be something that shakes my faith. That is going to be something that makes me go, okay, but that may not be the first time I walk away. It may have to have been, and it was, multiple occasions of me like, God, hey God, hey God. And not for my own gain, but for understanding, like, God, I want to be right by you. I want to make sure I do right by you. So just show me which way I'm supposed to go, and I'll wait for a sign. I fasted, I prayed, and I don't think somebody has to use tarot cards or divination tools to be able to receive wisdom. I just know sometimes when you are struggling to get through the noise of your head, you need something that's a bit more streamlined. That's why Christians read scripture, because sometimes it's too loud. So I need to block out all the other noise, and I need to just hear what y'all call God's voice, because when you read the scripture, you know it to be God's word. So you go, well, that is God's voice. So when we use tarot, it may be, I just need to hear myself and be honest. So when you pull a tarot card, it's not that I'm using another source particularly. If the tarot card is the devil card, and I know that the devil card means your mind is your worst enemy in this moment, that's going to make me go, how is my mind being my worst enemy in that moment? Sometimes it allows us to question ourselves. I will let somebody say
I'm like, we all got something to say.
I just want a quick question. So you're saying, like, with Christians, we can look at the Bible and be like, oh, that's the word of God, so we trust it. So when you were a Christian before, why was that not sufficient for you?
Because there were too many inconsistencies. Going back to, I'm black, so let's just start there. I'm not giving God a pass for slavery. 400 years in the way in which this country is set up and the world is set up, and everybody hating us and us trying to figure out why do we have to be the most hated, I think there should be a better explanation. There should be more interaction, more intervention being happening, divine intervention. Again, God has all this power. Do something, brother. That's my thing.
I completely understand your pain. Like, I empathize with your pain with not hearing God clearly. There's been so...
No. Don't do that. See, that's what I'm saying. They always have to invalidate you. I understand your pain. That's like saying, who hurt you? Girl,
So many times in my life, I've prayed and fasted and said, God, where are you? I can't hear you at all. And there has been that wavering time of been like, God, are you even real? So those questions, and I'm sitting here on this side of the panel. Like, I completely understand that moment in which you decided to walk away from God. I completely understand it. But I don't want to discredit the Holy Spirit, because we talk a lot about, God and Jesus in human form, but you are spiritualist. You believe in the Spirit. And so the Holy Spirit, and I do believe that you have a gift of the Spirit, because there are gifts of the Spirit. And I do believe that we don't take for granted, or we take for granted too much of the Holy Spirit in seeking guidance in the Holy Spirit, which we don't need tarot cards to do that, or crystals or things of that sort, because in believers we don't,
but we can, and we should be able to, and that's the point. Y'all be trying to make it so that you can prove that people don't need these things when you don't even have the stability in yourself that you should have if your shit was working.
Christ inside of us. We have the Holy Spirit living inside of us. When I wanted an answer for something from God, and I was like, and I prayed and fasted, after looking on the other side of things, I realized it was my own desires that I was trying to push on God. In that moment that I wanted to walk away from my faith, I realized years later when I kept pushing, because I'm like, I know God's good. He's healed me radically from pain in my back. He's healed me, like crazy supernatural things that the Holy Spirit has done in my life, that I cannot deny the existence of God.
Yes.
And so I don't want to deny the existence of the Holy Spirit. And it comes from denying your flesh and picking up your cross and following the Lord.
I think there's a misconception.
Yeah, no, and denying your flesh, that's another thing I don't like that y'all do. I don't like that either. Okay, because you are of this world. The idea that flesh is evil is another reason to hate yourself, and I don't like that neither. We are made of flesh. If we are not of flesh, then we're not here. What are y'all talking about?
Out the Holy Spirit. Again, personal relationships are still going to be personal relationships. The radical healing that you've experienced through God, I have performed and experienced outside of God. So the same big supernatural experiences that you guys have through God, non-believers have those same big experiences outside of that. And to the point of the Holy Spirit, when asking for comfort and when asking for answers and the Holy Spirit to guide and direct, because he was left here for us, when I did that, again, the more and more I sought God out in multiple forms, not just like through God or through Jesus directly, but through the Holy Spirit, and it still did not lead me back to God. It still did not lead me back to Christ. I want to hear from you.
Okay. Hey, girl. See, okay, so I'm going to do this really quickly, talk fast. So you mentioned not giving God a pass for slavery. I'm black too. I don't think slavery was right at all. And you said giving God a pass. But do you think God is giving those men and the ideologies and the systems
waiting till they get to heaven or waiting to get to hell? Yes, I think that's giving them a pass.
He's storing up wrath for the day of judgment. So it would be better for God to wait. I don't think it's giving God a pass, but we could disagree on that. I don't think that's God giving the enslavers a pass at all, because he's merciful and he's just, right? God is going to avenge us, right? So in a Christian perspective, it's better that we wait, that God wait, and it would be more. It would have been better had God never.
I don't know. It's not best that we wait. It's not best that we wait, because that's how you stay enslaved, bitch. What you talking about? And that's one of my main. It's another issue I have with motherfucker. This. You better bash Mister's head in now and think about heaven later.
Provided the colonizers. It would have been better had God never provided the enslavers. It would have been better had God never provided or created Satan to sin, and then all of us had to sin. It would have just been better from a non-believer.
I know.
But a white person might not feel that way.
Of course they wouldn't.
Just giving contextual advice for you to say it's better that the colonizers would not be, so that like a white person would not feel that way. And I'm not a white apologist.
And that's what I think. I think the Abrahamic religions are not actually against Satan. God is not actually against Satan. In my mind, he's against women. Christianity, all of the Abrahamic religions are against women. They're against women. They're against matriarchy. They're against everybody but the male dominating power God. Okay? They're against all of the other things. And because all the other things live here too. What the fuck is we talking about?
So
no, I
I'm just giving you that.
I know. They wouldn't feel that way, of course.
But also, you mentioned not feeling the Holy Spirit, and then you mentioned your relationship with your own physical father, but God is not a man that he shall lie, and he's without a shadow of a turning. And we see his character, not just his word and what's explicitly written in the truth in the text, but you see his character revealed. And you know that Jesus says, lo, I would be with you all the days of your life. I will be with you throughout the end of the age.
God has a lot of human characteristics. God is a jealous God. How human of him.
Right.
Why do you need to be jealous as a God? You have real quick, why are we God's failed representation of self-love? It's something that I posted on the internet. I'm not asking this right now. It's one of my most viral videos, though, is we are a failed representation of God's attempt at loving himself, because having to create us to have somebody that can come back and revalidate that you are good just seems really, really stupid from a non-believer standpoint.
Also, it's what y'all do when y'all have babies that y'all don't really need to have. You're having people who have children so that those children can love them. Yeah. And y'all end up abusing and parentifying y'all children. Yeah.
And then when you start to
I don't know why you looking like that, bitch.
add in all the horrible things that come with it, y'all keep going back to Satan, Satan, Satan. But the creator of Satan is still going to be God, and God still knew who Satan was going to be.
Just one point, because I know we're running out of time. You mentioned going back to Satan, but I know for me specifically, I never mentioned Satan. I mentioned the free will of corrupted men, right? So I would say all that evil that we experience and witness is not a manifestation of God's will or something that he wanted or anything like that. That's a manifestation
Everything
of
that
the corrupted
is God's will.
I wouldn't agree with that.
Everything he made was deemed good, was it not? Because y'all said this earlier. God created everything and saw that it was good.
God saw everything was good before the fall of man. God is not a man that he should lie, and God's character never changes. So you saying that
Between the first and the first girl, between the first and the second girl, God didn't change. God didn't change. God didn't change. Then what we needed Jesus for if God didn't change?
you saw God and didn't find him, I would say keep seeking. And I'm not saying that you didn't seek enough, but it says seek me and you shall find me when you seek me with all your heart.
And I did.
And I'll leave it at that.
It's just like this automatic invalidating of someone's experience and their own knowledge. And it's just very, again, you think you're better than somebody. You think you understand something better than somebody. And really you don't. And that's
right,
and
Jasmine,
that's obvious in the choices, a lot of life choices and how happy you actually are. If you're not actually happy, you're not, like, I don't know how well you think you're doing if you don't actually like your life.
So far?
I think it's been fun.
Yeah,
I think we need more time.
I agree. It's been a really interesting conversation so far. Is there anyone here that you've spoken to so far that you feel like maybe you want to get a little bit deeper with? Is there something about them maybe you want to explore a conversation with them?
Miriam had an interaction with Moses, and it was around his wife Zipporah. And during the time when I was reading this book, the Bible, we were reading it alongside a lot of historical texts, right? So many of the ladies already told you, like, there are historians outside of Christianity, secular historians that would buttress the Bible because they would consider it a historical text. And so we were reading a lot of these books alongside each other, and they described Zipporah to be a dark-skinned, like, African woman. This whole time, I thought everybody was white in the Bible. So I had this shock of like, oh, Miriam is having this conflict with Zipporah, and Miriam gets punished for it. And I was like, oh, God is defending a black woman. And I know that's not what it was about, but God knows what he has to do to reach you. Like, I would say, it might be Jesus that brought you here today, to be surrounded by 20 women, and you're like,
it was Dr. Daff for sure. It was the email.
Yes, but through vessels, human vessels. He moves through human vessels. But I would say that, like, I was searching. I needed an A. I was at USC for a scholarship. I was going to lose my scholarship. I go to church. I read the Bible, and all of a sudden, now I'm like, oh no, something is happening to me. I'm changing.
Yeah.
I'm changing.
Yeah.
And I'm now on the other side of things. And I talk to a lot of people who have these experiences where, God is this, God is that, because they are black. But God knows what he needs to do to reach you.
And to that point, I would say, then I could have been reached already. Because one of the things about me as a former Christian, when I was a Christian, I was very much so about the word. I am actually a third-time champion of a Bible sword drill. And if you don't know what a Bible sword drill is, it means I can find any chapter, any scripture in the Bible in about 6 seconds. I'm really quick. So with that being said, I studied the word of God. I think there are a lot of stories within the Bible that hold a great moral to the story. My father is not a fire and brimstone pastor, so he taught a lot based off the moral of the story. I knew people in the Bible were black. I didn't have this misconception that God was only for...
Girl, I had a black Bible. My mama, from when I did my catechism, because I'm Catholic. So when I did my catechism, my mama gave me a Bible with gold pages on the outside and had my name on it. And on the inside, it was pictures of certain people in the Bible. And everybody was black in my Bible, girl. And Jesus and Mary are both depicted as black down to my Catholic church. Okay, shout out to St. Peter Cleaver. So, like, no, a lot of us did not grow up with this separation of blackness from God and still in there found issue.
For white people, I have an issue, and when I talk about my issues with God, I guess I should clarify, but we only have so much time, so it's really hard to kind of get into the meat of how I got here. But when I think about the issues of God, I've said this in a video, I see the flaws of man when I see the story of God. Because a being that is perfect, I don't understand the need for imperfection, and that's what I got. Because one of the things about the Bible is the Bible exists in many different formats. We know we have a New King James Version, you have the NIV, you have all these formats, and then you have, I think there are over 600 denominations to Christianity, and that might be a small number. I might be wrong on that. It might be even larger. But with that being said, that's because there are many different interpretations. Based off where you grew up culturally, you are going to shout out to No Nonsense Spirituality on TikTok. She's the one that actually helped me kind of expound upon egregores. So based off where you grew up, the region in which you grew up in, determines the type of God that you might actually end up serving. So if you grew up in an area very high in trade, gods tend to be polytheistic, or people tend to be into polytheistic worship because you have to be around a whole bunch of different people of various backgrounds, versus growing up within the desert where resources are scarce. So then you would have a monotheistic God that is an authoritarian because you need somebody that can rule the people. So you would need somebody that have been given the ability, the power, and the authority to rule over those people.
Yes. People decide the religion based on what their area needs, what they themselves need, which is why Black people and white people have different breakdowns of how they see Christianity. And when y'all see a mix, y'all be looking at them funny, you know.
So when I was reading the stories, I had the same conversations basically my parents would have on Sunday morning on our way to church. My parents would talk about how God was ruthless, how he did this and that. And one of those stories that really screwed me up was the story of Job. Job, that man was minding his business, Lord. He was minding his business. And here you come whacking off his family. And then you're like, don't worry about it. I'm going to give you new ones. I don't want no new kids after I raised all of these, respectfully. I don't want a new wife after I did all of this with my first wife. Now, I understand she said, curse your God and die. So maybe I do need a new wife. But at the same time, I understand she's going through all of this with me. And God is only speaking to me. And she's just sitting there waiting for me to say something so I could understand why she got shaky in her faith. Then you got the story of Lot. And I have a lot to say about him. What? What in the world?
No, but I love that she called 2 minutes. I love that she called 2 minutes because there's something underneath that, though. So when you're saying, I have been praying, I fasted, I'm searching, what are you searching for?
No, I did. I have been out of the church 8 years.
Yes,
so
but at the
this
time,
was then. I was seeking out God for myself. I was seeking him outside of the stories that I did.
She was looking for the shit to make sense, because a lot of us that critically think know that it doesn't make any sense. And we're supposed to apply it to our personhood as a value system. It needs to make sense to us personally. And if it doesn't make sense, we search for ways for it to make sense. And when we find out that no matter how much we look, the shit just don't make sense, then we now have to decide if we're going to hold on to that or we're going to see God and spirituality differently, so that can give us a more holistic experience of having a religion, of having a spiritual practice that takes into account who I am. Christianity comes up like a one-size-fits-all for you niggas. It's a personal thing.
Did not understand. What I wanted was to develop my personal relationship with him. So I wanted to be able to trust him based off experiences that I had, like the people in the Bible did, because the people in the church, Christians themselves, they look at the stories of the Bible to be like, see, God is faithful. Look how he provided. But then most of you have had your own personal experience. So I said, okay, God, well, I need mine. That way I can
What did you want the experience to look like?
I didn't have a care as to what. It's just I knew that I felt empty. I knew that I felt when I sought him out, I did not feel like it was him. I still felt like it was bigger than this. I still felt like God had a lot of issues and he probably needed a therapist. And that's how I saw things. And I had these questions at 12. We got kicked out of Sunday school because the majority of my class.
Yo, I was one of them. I was one of them that very early on was like, that doesn't make sense.
Could not get with the Bible. We actually sat in silence for a couple of Sundays because all of our questions were, well, why are our friends going to hell for being Muslim? Why is it that we can't approach God like this? And the main question since we were 12 has been, what was the need for sin? I am somebody that does have a thing for logical stuff. So I need things to just make sense. And one of the things that I could not comprehend was a perfect being having a need for imperfection. And that's just my separation.
God does not have a need for imperfection.
But he created imperfection. So to me, that was a need. Whatever you create, there is a reason in which you create. What was the reason in which God created us?
Okay,
I don't think y'all could answer that.
Okay, with my 30 seconds.
Go for it.
With my 30 seconds, I'll say this. I think that the way that we approach God matters, right? So if we're approaching God with a true curiosity,
when it was
like, hey, God, not with any criticism, right?
No, but it is criticism because you're about to say something that basically says, I didn't do it right. And that's why I didn't come to the conclusion that you came to, because I didn't do it right.
Well, I don't think that's fair.
Well, the reason why I'm saying that is you want to throw out everything that you think you believe and say, hey, God, I want to know the truth.
Yep.
I think all of these things, but they might not be true about you. Maybe you don't need sin. All of these other things I think you might be projecting on God. It might be worth it, right? If this is the most...
Child, God absolutely needed a therapist based on the shit that he did in the Bible. The fact that you need that much validation is odd.
Important thing in our lives, it might be worth it
to remove those things.
To remove all
but
of those things
weren't present when I was seeking him out. That's what I hope y'all understand. These are
you
the
said
developments.
when you were a kid.
No,
right?
when I was a kid, 12, yeah. But I think that's a really easy question to have as a child. Like, why did God create sin?
And you want to throw all of that
But
out.
I did. When I was exploring God, when I left the church at 21, 22, that was something I did. I left the church and I said, God, I'm going to take all these things that confuse me and I'm just going to wait. I'm going to keep praying. I'm going to keep reading my scripture. I will seek out sermons maybe outside of my church. I will look for you and I will keep doing what I believe you have called me to do, which is speak to your people and tell them your message. But I feel weird about your message. I feel uncomfortable in your message.
There it is.
What is it?
There it is. It's the but. It's everything that comes after.
But I have to be honest. You have to come to God honestly, so I can't.
What do you mean, there it is? Are y'all trying to gotcha her about her experience? And that is what I am talking about. This energy that you mean well, but you really just mean to undermine somebody's understanding of themselves. Girl, what the fuck?
To God and I said, but I feel uncomfortable.
Which is fair, but I'm saying it could cloud, right?
But that's why I said, so show me. When you're asking for guidance, you're allowed to tell God why you're confused. That's why we're asking for guidance.
Would you say it's too late to ask?
Oh, I still have random moments where I'm like, hey, big guy, if you up there, say something and show me. And I will sit and I will listen. And I like to immerse myself in nature like my father does because he says that's where he experiences God the most. And again, those experiences still don't come through like the Christian God.
Exactly. Most people find God in nature because it's an overwhelming peace that you will feel sometimes. That's how I feel when I'm at the beach by water, anytime I'm looking at mountains, child, anytime you like engulfed in nature, it can offer you peace. I feel like that's Mother Nature, bitch.
It's not going to be that format.
But I'm saying, would you give the Christian God another chance?
Hell no. Cool beans.
Absolutely not.
All right, Jasmine.
And that's just because, that's on GP, okay? Because I'm sorry, all right? I love you guys. I hope y'all enjoyed the show today. It was a long one. If you appreciated the show, please tip. Thank you. You should tip her. All right, let me read these super chats. Moni and why? Hey, Bond, stopping by to show love. Put something in the collection plate because Pastor Blue preaching. Amen. Okay, never would have. Never would. I'm not gonna do it with y'all. Thank you, Zing. Okay, I read that one. So no Chris Brown and her fighting Chris Reed. What is this? No Chris Brown. So no Chris Brown and her fight. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that's about. Who Chris Brown was fighting? Graduated thought. Thank you, love. Everyone, my vegan I needs to find a chicken recipe. My Tyler loves fried chicken. Don't ask me how, and I don't trust everybody's restaurants out here. Any suggestions? Well, where are you? Let the people know. Feeps, thank you for the super chat. Threaten cis women, interrogate and restrict femininity instead of expanding and empowering it. Medical misogyny as female bodies are less studied than male. I want longevity of the feminine body spirit. Absolutely. Very happy Mondays. Thank you for the super chat. Irony. How is his name? Usher. But he can't open a door. I don't know. It just shows. Okay, he full of shit. Thank you again. Very happy Mondays. Gratitude to all the ancestors that led us to having open conversations on today. Respectfully. Thanks, Bondy. Absolutely. Because you know what I'm saying? I love you. I just want you to love yourself. Okay? Baptists get possessed by the Holy Spirit all the time. Why is ancestor veneration viewed as demonic? That would mean they believe black people are demons or inherently evil. That's a level of self-hate I can't process. Exactly. You think your ancestors are the devil. Girl, you hate your family. Just say that. Juicy Mo, thank you for the super chat. If we all know that you have to be born into this world, humans, insects, etc., ask them to explain where God comes from. Who are his parents? That's another thing. I'd be like, And I still feel like there are unanswered questions, about all of the origins and how it all came to be. But I'm much more comfortable with the idea that things evolved to a certain space. Then, nigga upstairs was like, I'm about to do all of this. Farm to see, thank you for the super chat. This back and forth just proves the Reformation and Protestantism was a mistake. Child, I think all of the forced religion shit is a mistake. I think that your spiritual practice should be personal. I don't know why y'all feel like y'all need to push that on everybody. I think there should just be overall don't harm other people type morals that we all encompass and agree to in a society that we share. But I think your spiritual practice should be your own personal business and you should leave me out of it. Wonderful one. Thank you for the super chat. I ask all Christians, where in the Bible does it say at the first of the year you eat greens, black eyed peas, etc. for money and luck? These are hoodoo practices, and hoodoo is not evil, people. We keep trying to tell them. Okay? And it's just really a lot of times the spiritual practices, I'm sorry, what? Her as in the artist. Excuse me? Excuse me, what? There's nothing recent that popped up like that on no timelines. I don't think so. Girl, let me refresh my page. I don't see nothing like that. Nah, okay. All right, y'all, I'm done. I got to go do some shit. I love y'all. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Be kind to yourself and be kind to other people no matter what you believe, child. Okay? Because none of us really know. So have some love and respect for yourself and others. Have a good day.